Boop. Good morning. Also, Amy, congrats on first. Very proud of you. You did it. And oh no, you got sunburn. I'm sorry. And Gil, hi. And Himiko, dancing. I got the cuties. Where? Also, I did start like 2 minutes later than usual because I got distracted on Twitter. I was scrolling and it's like 10:02. I'm like, uh-oh. Whoops. Oh well, it's fine. I can't be like super accurate, right? It's fine. How? Yummy water. Are you guys staying hydrated? The dawn of the day, yeah. I hope you guys are staying hydrated, though. It was actually pretty nice last night. It wasn't super hot. It actually got into the 60s, at least in our room. Damn! Well, Cosmo, if you want to send me your references now, I can prepare for it, either for Thursday or Monday. Damn. Cosmo said, bloop, give me that art. What is it gonna be of? Now I'm curious. What am I drawing? Which, by the way, for those of you who are curious, that redeem is also viable for talk sprites. The talk sprites won't be as, I wouldn't say high quality, but it won't be as big or as much of the body shown as commissioned talk sprites, but it's still good for a talk sprite. It'll be like a, you know, a bust up instead of like waist or hips. Me thinking about eye flares, but here talking about talk sprites. I'm sorry. It's true though. It's viable for talk sprites if you want them. Granted, it won't give you anything crazy, like I said. You won't be able to get, like, extra poses and shit. Just, you know, your character sitting there talking. Hi, Himi! How you doing? Cutie. All the precious ones. But yeah, Cosmo flexed, pretty much. But yeah, whatever you decide, send me references. I will accept them. You know where my DMs are. But hello. Good morning and welcome in, everybody. That was honestly a little unexpected. But hey, we did it. Now I need to think about what I'd want. Nice. Just finished third outfit for your model? Ooh. Now I want to know what you got. I know you were working on a specific kind of outfit, and I really liked it. Yeah, everyone hug Himi. Himi very good. They're very good. Precious. I feel like there's a very easy redeem joke that hasn't been made yet. Does mom. Mom. I don't know if that would be applicable to me, because I'm not a mom. I am papa. Granted, I know the whole, at least from what I understand, a mom is like the person who does the art regardless of gender. A booba redeem? Wait, for who? Himiko? Dadmon? That works too. But I do know that mama is usually the artist in the VTubing community, and then the papa is the rigger. Because I know there's been like female papas who have made like rigs and stuff. But some people have considered that a little weird or, like, dysphoric. Oh, make a boober redeem. Gil, you don't gotta worry about that. Don't worry. Is all I'm gonna say. I do... Understandable, yeah. God. Yes, it's world building today. I'm going to be focusing a bit on my Dwarvish language, which I'm also going to be making from scratch. Unlike the Trakovish, the underling language that I worked on forever ago, where I had like some semblance of no booba for you. Who knows? That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, I've been giving it like an iota of a thought, like a little thought as a treat, one brain cell. But much like the Trakovish language, I didn't really come up with anything solid yet. I only have ideas. And we're going to be extrapolating on those ideas today. This is going to be for my moles, specifically, by the way. Because whenever I worked on the underlings, they only really have one culture. So there's only really one culture to focus on. However, with the dwarves, there's multiple cultures and even multiple ethnicities. So it's like, oh, so when I'm talking about the dwarves, I'm specifically talking about the steppe moles, the ones with the big arms and the very dark, very thick, curly hair. They're the ones that we're focusing on. Ow. I also wanted more water. And we're going to be working on a different kind of language, and I will show you what I mean. So let me pop out my tablet here. Also, we can move over to the art here in a second. Oh, my driver needs to be on. Herbert. Get over here. There we go. Also, I did want to say, it's becoming more apparent that it's going to be my birthday in 2 months, and I'm actually very excited, and I want to see if I can reach 500 by my birthday. It's not a requirement, but it'd be cool, because that means I'd be able to do karaoke on my birthday. Why are we ooh-ahing? Ooh-ah. Alright, driver is on. Let's actually grab my tablet and turn it on. There we go. Alright, look at my lovely background. Isn't it so pretty? This is my second monitor, aka my tablet, because my second monitor is great. But I actually have to pull my tablet into my lap. There we go. Oh, jeez. Alright, give me just a sec so I can adjust it and not flashbang you guys. Boop! There we go. There we go. It's all fixed. Oh, thank you, Gil. Oh, Amy! Happy early birthday! It is Amy's birthday in a week. I do believe I remember hearing something about that. Oh, hiccup. And thank you, Cosma, for sending me those. I will be drawing it soon. This is so cute, though. God, the ref sheet makes me happy. It's very cute. Give us Leon or give us death. Hey. Did you redeem it? Or do you mean the real Leon? Grabs Leon by the neck. Get it here. Oh, I do have to re-enable the redeem. That's true. I had it, I didn't have it, enabled yesterday because I was in a PNG. Yeah, let's do that. Sorry about that. Ah. There it is. Alright, so it should be on now? It should be on. So if it's not, you know, give it a bit or reset everything, it should be fine. But yeah, where is my taburetto? There it is. We won! I wish I could grab the real Leon and pull him in here. Alas, he is gone to me now. Monster Hunter had an update. Boop. There we go. So I'll have a Widow Wee one as a consolation prize. Look at him. Look at cutie. I absolutely love this piece. It's so cute. Can't believe Leon fucking died. I know. I can't believe you fucking died, babe. He said bye-bye. He knows he's dead to the world for a few weeks. Monster Hunter came out. Hey, babe, wake up, new Monster Hunter dropped. Alrighty, let me get my glove on. But yeah, we're gonna be working on another language today. For my dwarves, and I will be comparing it to the language that I've already made, the Thrakovish language, so that I can show you the differences that I'm going to be going for. Because every language is different. Monster Hunter stole your husband? Yes, he's stolen. He has been thiefed. There's the Thrakovish. And my Unlink template. Okay. I have everything pulled up. And I do believe I have a language note sheet in here somewhere. If I can find it. There it is. Alrighty. So these are all the notes. Leon monster fucker confirmed. Nar, he doesn't fuck them, he hunts them. Then again, I'm sure he'd take out a few that are in Gajinka form. Stare. Nothing, nothing. Nothing, babe. Love you. He's so cute. Alright. So, I don't know who was there for the Thrakovish language, and for those of you who do not know, my Thrakovish, or my underlings, are the very, very white people with the black, like, patterns on their face, and they have bright colored hair, like reds, oranges, and blues, and greens. I could pull up what they look like real quick, for those of you who need a refresher. Here they are. And a boop. The Thrakovish, or the underlings. So you have the Blippy plush PNG, right? I do, I think. One of the characters my friends made for a story he was writing was based on me. They were also able to change gender and could be a woman if they wanted. He made that character years ago. Aw, that's cute. Alright, let's close that out. But yeah. Those are the guys that we worked on here in this notepad for a long time. It was a long time ago. It was like, what, like half a year ago now? But we also worked on their language, and also what their markings mean. Here is a sample of their language. Granted, I do want to clean it up a bit. It is a little, it's a little messy. Its first draft was pretty messy, but that's fine. But today we're going to be using this notepad as Blippy on my head. Do it, old man. Nar. Respect your elders. Alright, come here, Blip. There we go. The bot. Oh. There we go. The bot is now on my head. Is that what you wanted? Is this what you wanted? Look at that cute Blippy. I have Blippy on my head. No, you're good. Piloting the battler like Ratatouille. They're paddling me. Oh no. Ah. I'm trying to figure out how to write. Okay, there we go. So, the dwerg. Dwerg. Now, we're going to be focusing on the northern moles. I did make a map for these guys. That's a paddling. But yeah, I made a map, I don't know, a couple months ago, and I showed you guys my process of how I did it. Well, in the process of making that map started to take on a life of its own, and it is now a part of my D&D campaign where my dwarves are from. So I'm going to pull up the maps real quick and show you where we're going to be focusing on exactly. So this is the map itself that we worked on. I showed you my process on how to get these segments, where to put the mountains, where to put the forests, and where to put the deserts, where all of these biomes come into play. And I used the reworld heavy armor religious person. That's a paladin. God damn it. Nice block. Whoa. Nice block. That shit was hilarious. But yeah, this is the map that we came up with. Now, we're going to be focusing in on this part of the map specifically. This whole little area. This is called the Eastern Provinces. At least in the scope of the story that's going to be happening for my D&D campaign. Now, some of it is subject to change. This is like a first draft, and I do have to think a bit more on everything, but all of these different colors are considered countries. And as you can see, there are countries inside these mountains. These are where the Dwerg are. Like here, this one, and this one. These are two main Dwergish countries. Now, some of them are other races as well, but for the most part, it is a Dwerg-ran operation because it's solely the mountains. And you can see over here, it's kind of like that as well. However, this is a different race, and I'll get to that later. We're not messing with any of this over here. This is the New World provinces. And we're not going to be touching on that today, because we're working on these guys. I've already covered one of the Eastern world's races, the Trakovish. They're from up here. And they also live underground. However, they don't live in mountains over here that they've... why does the left landmass look like Europe with a projection based on the North Pole? Wait, really? I don't know. I just kind of made little areas. I didn't create this with anything in mind, per se. I just kind of made land masses. Which, like I said, you guys were there for it. Well, most of you were. But yeah, let's scoot back in here. There we go. But yeah, these are the moles, the mole dwarg, specifically. In here, once you start going more to the west into the thick forests, you will see both hill dwarves, the mouse dwarves, who probably live in this region of this country specifically. And that's because this is more of a hilly plain. It doesn't have a whole lot of trees, but it is lush for vegetation. And over here, you'll probably get the really kooky forest dwerg that climb trees and shoot poison darts at you. Same over here, that you probably get more creepy dwerg. I say creepy, but they're squirrel dwerg. We're not focusing on them today. We're going to be focusing specifically on either these guys or these guys. I'm starting to think over here, because they have a lot of human contact. Because this is a human country. Unlike up here, where it's kind of like dwerg country, and then maybe a bit of human dwerg mixing. Down here, it's just mostly, it's like a melting pot. Because it's where everything comes in and converges into the center point of the continent. Oh, you asked the friend for some pictures for your character. That's really awesome. You could share that if you feel like. Alrighty. So now that we know which country we're going to be focusing on, we can... Nope, get out of here. We can go back over here. So I'm going to make sure I explain that these are my moles. My step moles. And we don't have the name for the country yet. That's actually going to come while working on the language, because you can't really name something, especially in the character's native tongue, if you don't know what the native tongue is. So, step moles, I'm just gonna say Southern Mountain. Southern Mountain Range. There we go. Oh. I thought I heard my cat. I did not. So now that we know where it's going to be, and we know what they look like, so we have a better understanding of, I guess, the overall aesthetic that I'm going to be going for, which is a little Mayan, Babylonian, maybe a hint of Egyptian. Are you going to base the language on real-world languages? A little. It's just easier that way. It's a lot harder to start something completely from scratch because it's difficult. It's always good to have references. However, I'm not going to be copying the language verbatim because that's just silly and lazy. But I am going to be looking at the cultures that I've been using as an inspiration for the Dwerg, at least for some of their clothing, and go, okay, this is what they look like, this is how their language developed, and why. So I'm going to look at some of the language and go, would it do this, and why? And I wanted to look at a lot of languages that chisel for their language. Like, they carve their letters into stone. And I also wanted it to be a syllabary. For those of you who weren't here for my I guess, TED Talk on my constructed language template, whenever I was writing the Trakovish language, I went over different writing systems. And I made the Trakovish language a writing system like ours. It is an alphabet. Now, let me go find my notes on that real quick, because I do believe I wrote it down. Ah, here it is. So this is the language itself for them. I don't think I have it written down. If I did, I think I've since got rid of it, but that's okay. We can do this again. So, just as a refresher, a writing system is basically how people put down symbols to write words. That sounds stupider than what I mean it to be, but this is what I mean. We use something called the alphabet, and this is a pretty common language writing system nowadays, but back then it was actually pretty new, especially like, I don't know, 4,000 years ago. Not a lot of people used an alphabet. And an alphabet means that you have one letter for one sound, aka you have vowels like a, e, and then you have consonants like b, d, g. Ah. You're a crown, Blippi. Look at you. You're beautiful. But, that is an alphabet. It makes sense to us. We know languages. We know, we are very familiar with this system because we use it. However, there's more than one of these. There's also something called an abgad, or an abjad. And abjads are a lot like alphabets. However, they don't employ the use of vowels. They write— What the? Oh, mwah. Cute blippy. Thank you for the betting. But abgads only write in vowels, or not in vowels, in consonants. Sorry, I got tripped up there. So they only write in b, d, g. For instance, if I want to say, I don't know, over here. I'm just gonna write down hello. Hello. But if they wanted to say hello, they would literally just write it like this. They have no room for vowels. However, sometimes languages that are like this will get sick of the ambiguity and start adding diacritics and dots all over their letters, and that's a viable thing too. Like, if I do this and then do this, be like, yeah, that means hello, because I have these little dots to show you where the vowels are. That's an abgad. That is actually what the Hebrew language is, and Phoenician. A lot of old Semitic languages are like that, because they are the first set of languages that started doing that. And then we have the abugida. Abugidas are really close to these two, except they took these diacritic symbols and pushed them even farther. They have a syllabic writing system. Kind of like they say stuff like, instead of just one letter per sound, they have one letter per, syllable sound. However, this letter is being built on over and over again, to where it's like you're reading them all together in a way. It's a little hard to explain without showing you. So something like this. Na, ne, nu. Think like Japanese, where it's like split up into consonant-vowel pairings. But unlike Japanese, where the writing is absolutely brain hemorrhaging, they do something like this. They will have here's na, ne, nu. Those are my three symbols that are going to represent it. But then let's say I attach my A to the N, I attach my E, and then I attach my U. Their symbols kind of click together. So it's considered an alpha syllabary? Not quite either. It's not quite an alphabet, because the letters are not separate from each other, but it's not quite a syllabary, where each symbol is unique, which is what we're coming up to today. We're going to be working with a syllabary. A syllabary, much like Japanese writing, I'm sure you've heard of hiragana and katakana. If you haven't, that is a way Japanese has learned how to write. They also employ stuff like this, na, ne, nu, or something like ko, ro, which means heart. And they write in unique... Whoops. Oh no, I don't remember the symbols anymore. But they write in unique symbols like that, that represent letters. Like this, for example, is no. This is how you write no. And I believe this is how you write ri. This is how you write ni. Although I don't think that's the hiragana for it. I think it's the katakana, but whatever. But that's what we're going to be working with today. We're going to have one symbol for consonant-vowel pairings. Now that I know this, we can start working on the IPA, as well as syllable structure. So I'm going to grab my conlang template, and we're going to start working on that, and we're going to probably design a syllabary system today. And the reason I'm picking a syllabary is because I want it to be more pictographic, a la the Mayans, kind of. Because I really like the Mayan language. I've used it as inspiration for a couple of languages now because it's just really pretty. One of them less so because it's because plot reasons. But one of them I've used pretty heavily inspired. That language does need to be cleaned up, but we don't have to worry about that today. We're not talking about that one. We're talking about these guys. But the reason I'm choosing a syllabary with pictographic tendencies is also because Babylonian writing comes from Sumerian, and Sumerian does that as well. Sumerian is a well, it used to be pictographic. Ah, hello, Bly! Bat friend, bat friend, bat friend. Eek, eek, eek. Ah, I have to sneeze. Uh-oh. Oh, the wiggle ears. How you doing, Bly? You absolute cutie. Yeah, I'm having a lovely stream. We just started, well, we started 40 minutes ago now. Time flies, holy hell. But yeah, we're doing good. We're working on world building. I'm designing a new language. I gotta make a copy of my thing though, real quick. Where language? There we go. So I have my sheet. I have my template. It's right here. Yeah! I'm glad. I'm glad you like the idea. Alright, so I'm going to keep my Trakovish language pulled up on the other side. And we're going to call this the Moldwerg language. And like I said, these are the moles, so it's going to be different. We'll probably have a different way of doing language stuff later for other ethnicities and cultures of dwarves, but this is the moles, so we're worrying about them. The purpose of the language is the language is a construction it's for the purpose of the Moldwerg culture. There we go. And I'm going to remove this because I don't need it. It's just a template to explain what stuff here is. I also don't need the orthography because this is going to be a syllabary. Hello, Sarax! How you doing? Welcome in. Now, because it's a syllabary, I don't need all this crazy shit. In fact, I might give them the standard 5, which is a, e, I, o, u. I'll have to think about that, though. But I do want to do that. I also have to think about where they are, because a language that's developing inside a cave system would be pretty interesting. I'm doing good, by the way, Sarax. We are designing a language. We're designing a language from scratch today. How are you doing? I hope you're doing okay. Little yawn. Don't mind me. But yeah, this is what we're going to work on today. Now, unlike the Trakovish, whose language developed in a huge cave system that was naturally forming and also really big and cavernous, these guys tend to live in basically an endless loop of hallways. The rooms are usually a lot smaller. Everything's... surprise banana kisses! Everything's a lot more compact, compartmentalized, especially since they're shorter. The Trakovish are typically 5 feet on average, while the Dwerg are usually about 3, 5, 3, 6, something like that. They're pretty short. So everything is just shorter in general. Not to mention, like I said, they're basically living in a tunnel system, not a huge, giant cave. So we'd have to think about how their voice would travel. I do feel like there would be a lot of echo. Especially in certain areas where it is a little more cavernous. Maybe they did find a cave system that they've built into, but the cave system is not going to be like the Trakovish. The Trakovish cave system is so big and vast, it almost looks like they have their own sky. Granted, this ceiling, this really high ceiling, is dotted with mushrooms and stuff. So in a way, it kind of looks like a starry sky. So their voice wouldn't be able to reach nearly as much, and it wouldn't echo nearly as much. In this, however, it would be more like a cathedral effect in some areas. Maybe not in homes, especially where there's padding. And they probably have padding. Maybe they have cotton and wool and leather used to add to their walls for like banners and stuff, just to make sure their voices aren't traveling that far. But that doesn't mean their language hasn't evolved just a bit to accommodate for this echoing, so that means they're going to have specific sounds that don't, clash really bad in the in the tunnel system. So they're probably going to speak with softer words. They won't use really harsh plosives. And I think they're going to have an emphasis on voiced letters and warm letters, like nasals. So not a whole lot of p, t, and k, because that'll travel more. So they'll probably have more of an emphasis on b, d, g, because that is softer, that's warmer. So, and like I said, nasals. So now that we've got that under the way, I don't think any vowels would follow that rule. There aren't really any vowels that echo like that. Let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking of sticking with the standard a, e, I, o, u, because they're easy to go with for now. And as for the nasals, let me go find my template one more time, because I already have it. I already have it down here, but I do want it in its own separate tab to make it easier to see. There we go. Which my constructed language template has literally almost every sound that a human mouth can make, because I'm a little cracked. Alright, so we're going to stick with the nasals. I'm going to stick with my standard for now. Ma, na, and nga. So, ma, na, and nga, which is like the ng sound, like I sing, and then ma, mom, na as in nasal, and then nga as in sing. So those are going to be our three nasals for the time being. Our stops, the standard stops are pa, ba, ta, da, ka, ga, and sometimes ka and ga. However, pa, ta, and ka are a little harsh for them, so they're not going to use them that often. It might be a case of Korean where pa and ba kind of sound the same, kind of like a ba, pa, pa. That's a little hard to do. Pa, pa, pa. But yeah, for those of you who have heard Korean, it can get a little cool and confusing because they don't use sounds. Well, they use sounds, but they don't use sounds the way we do. Their buzz sound really soft. Most of their wow, I cannot think today. Most of their voiced letters sound really gentle, and it's really weird. So I might do that on the opposite scale. I might have b, d, and g and other voiced letters be really harsh, while p, t, and k are softer and almost voiced, like semi-voiced almost. Or it's like pa, ta, ka, pa, ta, ga, pa, ta, ga. Maybe. Or they just straight up don't use them that often in their writing. But I think it would work for just where they are. That also means that there's not going to be any non-pulmonic consonants, which, for those of you who do not know what that means, it means we're not going to have beatboxing. They can't go because that shit would echo real bad. And you have to be mindful of how you're speaking in an area where you're all literally clustered in together. You don't want to be discourteous, after all. That also means no clicks. Bullshit, now I'm a little sad. I like the clicks. The clicks are pretty. For those of you who don't know what I mean, I'm sure we understand that some African languages have click consonants, where instead of using a standard consonant that we're used to, they use clicking sounds instead, like a nga and nga and nga. Just to name a couple, there's like 9, I believe. There's 9 clicks, 9 or 10 clicks. But that wouldn't work either in a very echoey setting, sadly. Also, the reason those evolved wouldn't really be viable in my language. Because, fun little fact, there are theories that click consonants evolved because people, specifically wives, can't speak the direct name of their male relatives on their husband's side, including their husband's name sometimes. So they developed a system where they have something called click consonants. So they switch out certain letters for a click instead. Like instead of saying cosa, they would say mosa, and it would be like, haha, it's like saying instead of like Michael, you would say Michael or something. Like, they're switching out the letters so they can still go, hey, I'm talking about this guy, but I'm switching the letters just a bit so I'm not being disrespectful. And that's part of their culture, but that's not really in my culture, so they wouldn't have that. There's no like evolutionary reason they would have it. Maybe they have implosives. Now, implosives are whenever you pull a letter in, and they sound really stupid, so I might not. No offense to the languages that use it, it's just I feel like a weirdo making the sounds, because it just does not feel natural to me. For instance, an ejective, like I said, is a beatboxing sounds. On the other side, there's implosives, where you pull in the letter. Like, instead of ga, you get you're pulling it in, and it feels so fucking weird for me. So I don't know if I'm gonna employ any of that, because that shit is difficult. Probably not. But it's still fun to explore. So, for my stops, I'm going to look at the regular stops. There's pa, ba, ta, da, ka, and ga. And there's other letters in between. We'll look at those in a moment. Hold on, let me adjust my chart here. There we go. That looks better. I like them lined up because it looks nice. Oh no, I have hiccups! Oh nar. There we go. That looks good. So, paba, tada, kaga. However, there are symbols that do other stuff as well. While stops are usually paba, which is bilabial, you're using bilabia, 2 lips. You're using both lips to make the sound pa-ba. There's also labiodental, or lip to teeth stops. So pa-da. I'm using my tongue and my top lip to say the pa and ba noise. Pa-da. Pa-da. It sounds so weird. I don't think they do that. Pa-da. 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 Maybe. I don't know. And then there's lingualabial. Da. Oh. Pa-da. Labiodental is lip and teeth. Pa-ba. Pa-ba. That's kind of like where fa and va are, but it's a stop instead of a fa. Instead of like a vibration. Pa-ba. 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 That's really interesting. But no, they wouldn't do that. I do want to work on a couple more stops though, because they're really fun. So, pa-ba, pa-ba. And then the lingualabial, which is your tongue and your lip. Ta-da. And then ta-da. Retroflex. I'm not sure where that's located. Ha? Ka? Ga? Ta? Da? That's difficult. But then there's ka, ga, ka, ga. And then the stop. Ah. I might use the stop, but I don't know. Which, for those of you who do not know what the glottal stop is, that is the catching your throat when you say, uh-oh. Alternatively, some people say it when they say kitten. 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 That catch. So I might have a stop. I also might have a ko, because it's pulled farther into the back of the throat. I don't think it would be as echoey and bothersome. So ko and ko, which is a Q sound. Don't get it confused with, you know, using stuff like queen, with the way we use our Qs. Qs for English are typically put with U's, but it's usually just a KW sound. You know, like this. Qua. Qua. But this symbol, the Q symbol, is actually a K noise, but pushed way in the back of the throat. So, caw, caw. It's like you're trying to mimic a crow call or something. Caw, 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 kora. It's in the very back. Do I want a G? Ga, ga. Why not? Fuck it. Let's put the G in there. And the very, very, very back uvular stop, the ka and the ga, it's a Q symbol and a capital G symbol. And then, for good measure, we'll just have the stop. Ah. Why not? We'll clean this up as we need to, because I'm coming up with symbols that I like. And then we'll work on them. So with fricatives, they're not that difficult. It's just sa-za, sha-ja, sha-ja, and sha-ja. It's like these really soft S and Z sounds. So sa, za, sha, and ja. These are the symbols that we use for it. This is an SZ, an SH, and a ZH, technically. Ja. I know we have the sound, but we don't write it out the way it sounds. Like in the word vision, we use just like an S. Typically, it's an S-I-O-N that makes this sound, but in a lot of languages, whenever we're writing it down for them, we use ZH. Like in the name Zhao, that would be ZH. Zhao. So, I'll put that down for now. Non-fricatives. That's your F's and your V's. Th, the. That's also th and the. However, I don't want th and the in my language. Th and the is fine, possibly. Th, the, the. And I know ch and g are in that as well. Like German Nacht and Scottish Loch. Those are non-fricatives. They're on the same plane of the mouth. You're doing the same stuff. And I'm just very, very quickly covering this because I've already done this in my Trakovish language. If you need me to give you a complete rundown of the IPA, you could easily go find that VOD on YouTube. I might make a tutorial separate from it if it's really in high demand, but for now we're just covering it with the assumption that you know the IPA, or perhaps you're following along. Because the IPA is pretty interesting. Here, I'll pull it up and show you what I've been reading. See, this is our mas and our nas and our ngas. Pa-ba. Labiodental. Pa-ba. Lingualabial, which is tongue-lip, so it's ta-da. And then our dental, which is ta-da. I don't know retroflex because I'm dumb. But yeah, you can see what all I've been reading. And right now we're about here. We're looking at fava, fada, cha, ra, ha, and ra, and then ha and ra, as in rendezvous, the French ra, and then ha, ha and ha. Huh, that's hard to do. It's hard to voice an H, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, should I add an H? That's a question. I think I might add an H. Also, I can start deleting a lot of this stuff because I don't need it. I don't think I'll use any approximates. Oh, but I do like ya. You know what? No. No approximates. All approximates, goodbye. Up. How do I remove this? Delete row. There we go. Yeah, no approximates. They can fuck off. Which, an approximate would be like ya, like the Y noise. Like yell. Yellow. Yodel. I don't know. Yodeling. Yodeling. You, all that good jazz. In the IPA, it is shown as a J symbol, because the J symbol was originally a Y sound, so that's why. And then trills. I don't think I'll have any trills either. No offense to trills. Ah! Aw, y'all are cute. Y'all are being cute in chat. But yeah, no offense to trills, but they wouldn't work in the language either. We're gonna get rid of them. Goodbye. And then I can start removing these. So I don't need any of these. Get out of here. However, I am keeping nga, which is this symbol right here. This cute little N with like a little tail on the end. It'll stay. There we go. And then paba, pada, paba, get rid of those. And then get rid of these. As well as this. But like I said, I might keep the ka and ga, and then the a, but I'm not sure. Ah, nar, y'all are cute. Wah, wah, wah. Awa, awa. That's what I gotta say about it. Say awa. Alright, and now with here, we have fa va, fa va, pa da, or tha the, that's hard to say. Tha the, and then get rid of that. This is ha and ga, loch, as in ha and ra, and then here, ha and ra. Do 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 la hee. Sorry. And then ha. And then taps. Taps can go away. Don't need taps. La hee. Lateral fricatives. Those are your L's, your la la la's. However, fricatives specifically are Welsh sounds like hla and hla. Now, I tried to include that in my Thrakovish language, but it didn't really come out correctly, so I removed them, and I think I'm going to remove them here too. I don't need hla and hla. I will only accept being cute if you admit to being cute yourself. I have admitted to being cute. So guess what? You're cute too. Ah, give me water. I need water. I'm talking too much. Alright, so I do want them to have an L. So I'm gonna get rid of this and these, because I don't need them. But I am going to keep the lateral approximant. Or the L. La. The la sound. La. Now, lateral taps, I don't know if I want. I might keep the regular tap, which is the R tap, the da. But other than that, I don't see myself needing anything. Hold on, let me check something real quick. I did! I accidentally got rid of the regular tap. I'm so silly. Let's fix that. Alright, so what I just did was fix this because this symbol, this funny little R, is the ra. Hee, now you're cute. I win. Cute girl found. Lahi. Alright, so we're getting rid of the lateral tap because we don't need it. There we go. So this is the IPA chart that I want to fuck around with. I need to remove more symbols, though, because making a syllabary with this many letters is going to be a pretty heavy task, because typically syllabaries don't have a whole heck of a lot of consonants, simply because that would just make more letters. Because the way a syllabary works is you take this symbol and you put it with a vowel, and you just keep doing that. Speaking of, I'm gonna start getting rid of some of these because I don't need them. Because we're only going the 5-vowel process, the typical vowel, 5-vowel thing, which means this can go away. This can go away. There we go. Actually, I'm gonna do this, make it a little easier on me. And I'm going to delete this row and delete this row. There we go. So we have our 5 vowels, our closed mouth vowels, which is E and oo. E, oo. See how it... Ooh, ah, ooh. There we go. See how it shapes the mouth. And then mid, eh, o. And then our open mouth, ah. So those are going to be our 5 vowels. And our nasals, ma, na, nga, pa, ba, ta, da, ka, ga, ha, ga, and ah. Although, thinking about it, I might get rid of this, as well as this. I don't need the ka and ga. And I also don't need the ha and ra, because that wouldn't be fun for my voice. Ra. So, pa ba ta da kaga a. Sa za sha ja. We can get rid of these. And then here, fa, va, th, and the. I don't want th and the. Ha and ga, I do not want. But, loch, ha, ha, ha and ra. I don't know. Also, I'm probably going to remove the H. Don't need a ha. Ha can fuck off. Lights up all of chat. Oh. Yeah, cute girl. Pet pet. I might get rid of this as well. So, these are the sounds we're left with. Ma, na, nga, pa, ba, ta, da, ka, ra, a. Sicilian? What, Kibi? Cecil is yelling. He does not approve of my language, I see. Cecil, you're just a cat. You don't know. You don't know how to make a language. Where'd you go? Where'd he go? Yeah, you don't know how to make a language. He's yelling. He's very upset with how I'm going about this, I guess. Nar! What, Kibbin? But yeah, fa, va, and then ra and la. So now that I have that, I can come in here and start deleting all of these columns that I'm not using. Just to clean it up. Oh no, I deleted the row instead of the column! There we go. Now I'm gonna just stretch everything out, make it look nice. Nice and clean. Oh, I could probably get rid of dental, huh? I think I'll get rid of dental. Goodbye, dental. Because we don't have to worry about that. It's all right here. Alveolar, postalveolar, labiodental, bilabial, and boom. There's our consonants. That's what we're working with. A lovely little IPA. There we go. I've scooted everything over. Banana kisses! Yes, banana kisses. Alright, that looks much cleaner. As well as a non-pulmonic consonants. We don't... I already went over these. We don't need them. We don't need any adjectives, which is... We don't need it. Clicks. We don't need... Don't need them. And implosives. Don't need them. Get rid of them. Get out of here. Delete table. Go away. Shoo. Alright, so affricates. We might have a couple of affricates, but I might just put them on the chart up here because there aren't hardly any affricates out there. But there are a few that we use commonly. Care package! Thank you, Blippy. Let me get the sippy. Ow. Tyrion! I didn't even see that. I'm glad that your internet is back. I'm giving you one more pass on Twunk Project. You better be hydrated, though. Of course, Blippy. I am hydrated and I will get my stretch on. But I'm glad you're back, period. I'm glad your internet's not fucking around anymore. Ow. I just thumped myself in the head. Ugh. That felt amazing. It just... I practically broke my spine. That felt awesome. Ugh. Oh. Alright, we're good. Oh no, you can't... Oh, yeah, Cosmo redeemed it. I do one redeem a stream, I believe. Otherwise, I'd get swamped by possible redeems. Oh, that reminds me. I do need to put Cosmo in my slot real quick. There we go. But don't worry, Pyrian. I know you're next on the list. I'll even add you into the slot for when it happens. Oh, Pyrian. I'm so sorry. It's okay, though. Also, welcome in. We're working on language today. We're clearing out my IPA. So I want to use z and z, specifically z, because z is really cool. It's a really cool sounding letter. So I'm going to bring it down here. Let's insert a row below, and let's call it sibilance. Sibilance. There we go. And we will add s and and z. And ch and j, perhaps? Ch and j. I could just copy these, actually. What am I doing? Ch and j. Actually, can I split these out? Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. And everything in here, I don't think I'll worry about. Recognize these tables, my friend Belphegor is a linguist. Yeah, they're IPA charts. I'm currently, clearing out everything that, would make sense for the language I'm making. There we are. So this is my IPA chart for my dwarves. At least for my mole dwarves. So for the final roster, we have A, E, I, O, U. And then for the consonants, we have M, N, L, P, B, T, D, K, G, A, S, Z, Sh, J, F, V, R, L, C, Z, Ch, and J. We are not using ya or wa because they don't have those. Also don't have ha. So, yeah, this will work for our syllabary. We're gonna get started on that now. So let me move this up here so I can see it. And we're gonna start working on our writing system because that's the main goal for today. So, true to no wa. Nope, no was. Cannot say wa. Wa is not viable. Neither is ya or ha. Those are not viable sounds in the Dwarvish language. At least in this Dwarvish language. Alright, so, we're going to start out making our IP chart. And I'm going to layer it as, like, this. So I'm going to go A, E, I, O, U. I might make this chart bigger, actually. Give me just a second. Let me find something to help with this. I want to have grid lines. I think grid lines would be a lot better. Because we can put little symbols in each grid. So let me go grab a grid, basically, a giant grid. If I can't find one, I'll just make one. But I do think using a grid would help. I don't have a folder for my languages. Who am I? No laugh, no cry. Exactly. Well, they can still laugh, but they would whenever they write down laughing, they would probably do ah, 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 instead of ha 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 ha. Or something. E. They would have it written down in a different way than us. I cannot find my languages, though. Ergo, I cannot find my grid lines, so I'm just gonna Google a grid line. We're just gonna look up a grid, and we're gonna use that. Oh, that looks awful, but hey, we're working with it. Alright, so I'm gonna use this grid. There we go. And this is going to be a grid that we're going to put our symbols in. So, for instance, this is going to be A. E, O, and U. This is going to be no symbol. This is going to be the glottal stop symbol. Where's my dwarves? Where's me dwarves? A-E-I-O-U. Yes. A-E-I-O-U. I can't find my dwerg. Oh. That's because I'm stupid. Here it is. Why didn't my heh message show up? Oh no! I don't know! Hey, there it is. Hey. I need that as an emote, goddammit. It's gonna be adorable if I do. Alright, so A-E-I-O-U, and then we have nothing here. But then we have M, N, L, P, B, T, D, K, G, and then A, S, Z, Sh, and J. Uh-oh. I'm already running out of chart space. I have an idea. I don't need this many letters, so I'm just gonna come in here and go boop. And we will make this longer. There we go. Yay! I might make more. I make it even bigger. Wee! Ah! It's only at 25. Okay. Wee! Huh? Oh. There we go. Big chart, just in case I need it. Now with that out of the way, we can continue writing. So, sa, za, sha, ja. Fa, va. So, fa, va. Ra. And la. Ta, za. Everyone gangs until the battler starts speaking enchanting table. Hey, fight me. Ta, za. Cha. And ja. There we go. Those are all of our symbols. Specifically all of the symbols we're going to be working with. And now that we have it, we can start considering what their syllables would look like. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is pull up the 3 main syllabaries that I know of, which is Japanese, the Japanese hiragana and katakana, the Mayan writing system. Funnily enough, Mayan is actually a syllabary. And then finally the Sumerian syllabary. But yes, the Maya script is a syllabary, and it's very pretty. And then the Sumerian cuneiform is also a syllabary as far as I know. Let me make sure I got that right, by the way, before I start putting words in your guys' mouth. Yes, it is syllabary. And it is, cuneiform is actually used to write multiple languages, not just Sumerian. It's also used to write Akkadian, as well as Babylonian, but the way they write is different than the earlier forms, kind of like how the Japanese adopted the Chinese characters for kanji, but it's written completely differently, and some words are completely different. It's really interesting. Or kind of like how we borrowed the Latin letters. Cuneiform is a writing system, and we're going to be looking at that. And it started as a pictographic system, which means the symbols were based off of pictures. Specifically, you know, just kind of like Chinese letters, pictures of everyday items and everyday animals that they interacted with. Now, the way a lot of these languages worked, and this is how a lot of ancient Egyptian writing worked too, which is also pictographic, they played this fun little game called Rebus with their language. Now, I didn't cover this whenever I was working on the Thrakovish language because alphabets don't do this. Not nearly as often as syllabaries and logographic, pictographic languages do, but they do something called the rebus principle. It's when, for those of you who know what the word rebus means, it's when you take a sound of a letter, of a word that sounds like another word, and you put it together, and use it as kind of like a fun game. Like, I don't know. Let's say I want to say, I believe... I believe I see a dog. Let's say I want to say, I believe... I see a dog. If you're playing a rebus game, I is also the word for I. They sound the same. So we would draw an I. Be like, oh look, it's an I. B, let's draw a B. There's their stinger. I, B, leaf. Let's draw a leaf. I, B, leaf. I. C. Let's just draw a giant C letter. A. Let's just put an A here. And then a dog. Let's draw a puppy dog. You know, we know what this is. Oh, hi Usagi. But this is called rebus. Language works this way, which is fucking cool. This is how you write in Chinese. This is how you write in Egyptian. This is how you write in Mayan, and this is how you write in Japanese. They take things that sound like the word and go, it sounds like it, so I'm gonna do that. Which is why you get a lot of wonky looking words, or why you get letters that can mean multiple things, because you're like, oh, ew, that's weird. Oh, you're cute, Himiko. Thank you, though. But I'm going to be using the rebus principle. Because rebus principle is fun. So, let's see if I can't do this in another language. I'm not as versed in other languages as I am with English, of course. But I do know enough about, say, Japanese to at least write it down, kind of. Let's go look at a word. Everybody cute. I agree. Everyone cute. We're all cuties in this chat. I'm trying to find a good representation of this, because this is a little difficult to explain in another language that I'm not very well versed in. But I'm sure you guys understand what this means. We're going to do that, though. So, we're going to take a, e, I, O, and U, and we're going to figure out what they would kind of mean in my language, and then use one of those meanings as a symbol. Ah, get out of here. There we go. Like, for instance... Let's try and find the word, like, let's find a few simple words. I believe I see a dog. Yeah, see? Amy wrote it down. You're speaking in Egyptian now. Congrats. Basically. Because Egyptian also works with this rebus principle in mind. Not to a syllabic sense. They do it in a letter sense, like we do. They have letters for, like, ah, which is this. This is their, glottal stop. Ah. So if I want to say, you know, if I want to start my letter, I do that. Whoa! Yoijo! Yoijo? Is it Yoijo or Yoijoe? But welcome in, raiders! Hello, hello! Thank you for the raid! Wow! Himiko! Throw it back, you know what you gotta do. Thank you!
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a new thing for everybody. Anytime you see Vex from now on, you have to open up your conversation with her with hey.
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 Hey, Vex. Yeah.
Hey, Vex.
Hey.
Nice! Hi, Dave! Someone please
Hi.
clip that if you can.
Go by Yoi? Okay. I will call you Yoi, but thank you so much for the raid, Yoi! And welcome in! Welcome in, raiders! For those of you who do not know me, hello, hello! I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes, and today, it is Wednesday, my dudes. So we're working on a conlang, actually, of all things. I've been designing a dwarven culture for the past few weeks, and I am deciding on making a writing system for them. But yes, thank you! What kind of art were you drawing? I want to know. Why? I'm curious. I'm also going to get rid of my Egyptian symbol. But yeah, we're going to be working on making a syllabary, for those of you who just tuned in. We are working on something that is similar to like how the Japanese write, or the Mayan write. You're drawing up some line art for a friend. Oh, that's so sweet. I do have a Discord if you want to share the picture. If you can just, exclamation Discord. Wah. No pressure, though. Ugh. Because I normally don't let links in my chat, just because bots are assholes. Alrighty, so yeah, we're gonna come up with some simple words that we could translate into a consonant-vowel pair, and be like, okay, that's what that means. Like, for instance, the word moon. The word moon, for them, is probably gonna be real fucking easy. Going to make a full design for their model. Nice. I'm assuming it's going... Is this like a live 2D model, or is it like a reference sheet? Ah! I just stepped on something and it scared me. It was just a little piece. Just like a little... I think it's actually a bullet. That sounds awful out of context. I think it's a Nerf gun bullet. Let me scoot it out the way. But yeah, we can start coming up with some simple words, what you guys would consider simple words, which will probably be like elements and simple concepts and animals, probably. Like a lot of nature words, just because those would be some of the first words they would come up with. Maybe a word for door or house. You know, simple words. Simple one-syllable words. So we're gonna write some of that stuff down.
Hello there.
Oh, hello there. Oh, thank you for the follow, OJ8. Welcome in. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. Have a nice cup of tea or a dessert on me and enjoy your stay. More of a full-body pose if they take it to real-life 2D artists, it might help. Okay. Uh-oh. OJ, are you supposed to be sleeping? Is it nighttime for you? Uh-oh. Ah, yummy water. Aw. Oh, poor OJ. I know. Ooh, friend awake when they need sleebies. I do thank you for the follow, though, but if you do need sleep, please get some rest. Mm-hmm. Alright, what kind of words do I want here? I do want some of the symbols to look nonsensical, because not every language is gonna have picture-perfect symbols. I'm also going to pull up the Maya script, even though Maya's really hard to find, especially nowadays. Aw, me too! It's called, Blue Fields. It's a Final Fantasy XIV music, so if you want to look that up, Usagi, Blue Fields. It's also called the Empty theme. It's very pretty. Oh, bread. Also, person would be a good word. Place. Sky. Mouth, bread, eye. Just stuff like that. They're gonna use those kind of words. Dropped it in personal art. Ah! Oh, of course, OJ. Have a very good sleep. Oh, it's from Final Fantasy VII. That's right. Okay, so for those of you who don't play Final Fantasy XIV, oh no, my Discord addiction. Oh no. Let's go look at the personal art. Oh, that's so cute. Uh-oh, they're ripped as hell. We have someone here who appreciates the muscled figure. Oh, there she is. Ab. Himiko, we love you. 8, not 7. Oh, I'm stupid. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that is an 8. I'm blind. I like muscle art. Dang, you're gonna like it here because, Himiko also like muscle art, and Himiko shares a lot of muscles. Her characters are also ripped out of their mind. Here, I can show you, actually. I've drawn some of her characters. Let me go find it. Let me go find the girls. The buffs. The lovely buffs. That's not it. Here she is. This is one of them. She's very boof. Big Orm. Also, she got big titties. No offense. I don't mean to point that out. Oh, hey. Do you guys remember this? There you go. There she is, the girl. Yeah, it's Himi. So yeah, abs are welcome and appreciated in this house. The big tibbies, yeah, she got them tickle bitties, and she do got them abs. Saying this respectfully, nut. Nut. Alright, let me remove this, because wow! But, yeah, what I was saying about the music earlier, Usagi, they do take a lot of music from, like, 5, 7, 8, and I believe 9 and 10 as well, and they put, like, little remixes to it, so you will be hearing music from other games, and it's really nice. It's really cool that they've done that. I love when games do callbacks like that. I need a nut redeem. Nut. I could just say it, so not as well as, you know, a robot could, but it's there. Alright, I got my cuneiform pulled out, although it's not gonna look like cuneiform. No offense to cuneiform. But cuneiform is written by having like these cute little like triangle wedges pushed into clay and then the clay dried out. They're in tunnels. They don't really have the luxury of making clay and then drying out the clay in the hot desert sun. Not like that, at least. Not when they're in the mountain. So they don't write that way. They write through carving it. It's a nice way to commemorate the previous games before. Exactly. I just love the callbacks. No. I completely understand, Yoi. If you need to head out and you need to rest or get ready for work, go for it. And thank you for the raid and thank you for trusting your community with me. I very much appreciate it. Okay, so I have my Mayan, but I can't really find a chart that is super accurate. Because Mayan is pretty hard to find. It's being revived slowly but surely, but it's mostly been found through archaeological digs. But it's pretty hard for people who aren't, like, super into the study to be able to understand every symbol and how they work in tandem with each other. It's fine. I'm not, I'm not going to college to just learn Mayan, fuck that. I would if, you know, college didn't put you hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, but, you know, it's whatever. Okay, I over-exaggerate. It's not hundreds of thousands, but you get it. Alrighty. Now, like I said, Mayan does carvings. They carve their symbols into stone. Now, while Sumerian doesn't quite do that, I could see them doing it. And then there is Chinese symbols that we could look at, really early Chinese symbols, and they carve their symbols into bone. Especially those who were casting, like, magic and stuff. So these symbols are specifically good for carving, and since these guys are living literally underground in rock and stone, they would be carving literally everything they write. I'm sure they have alternative ways to write, such as paper and ink, but these are relatively recent technologies because they didn't have access to it up until, you know, probably civilization contact with someone else outside. So our symbols are going to look similar to that, kind of similar to that of the carvings. Now, there are rules that state that typically when you carve something, the lines are going to be straight and have chisel tool marks on them. But Mayan doesn't look like that at all. Mayan looks exceptionally pretty. Very curved. The lines are different widths. And you can see their symbols look exactly the same in carvings as well as in their books, because they made books, and they made a lot of them. They had something called codices, and they looked like these. Let me grab this and share. This is a Mayan codex. And this is written. This is painted on paper, on some sort of paper that they were able to maze. I believe it was a maize paper? Because they did have access to corn, they had access to maize, so they had access to that fiber, which meant that they probably used it for writing. And it's really cool. Now, these codices are mostly numbers and mostly names, as you can see here. These are numbers, these lines, and then these dots. I believe this is a 5, 5, 6, 6, 9, 13, 8, 8, 8, yeah, these are numbers. Because, the lines equal 5, and a dot equals a 1. So if you see a 4 in a line, it means 4 plus 5. So 10. If you see 3 lines, it's 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18. And I know their counting system goes up to 20, which is 4 lines. That's their base counting. Also, this symbol down here, I believe, is a 0, which is really interesting. They had zeros. Back when we were, like, trying to figure out what a 0 was, they had it. Presumably for centuries before. The invention of the 0 is not an isolated incident. But yeah, this is their codices, and look how pretty their writing is. And it looks like that on the walls too. They chisel that shit in these beautiful round and circular patterns. So I'm not gonna worry too much about, oh, it has to look a certain way, because clearly it doesn't. It just depends on what kind of tools they had at their disposal, and these guys obviously had tools that let them make really cool curved symbols. Same thing with ancient Egyptian. Look at their pretty writing. That shit got curved and carved in. It's real pretty. So I'm gonna base it kind of off of those two. It's going to be very pictographic. And possibly very realistic. Not to mention I want it to be painted on as well. Because I feel like since the Trakovish can make ink out of, like, coal and charcoal and, like, all that stuff, I feel like these guys would definitely have the same resources. They'd be able to make ink out of coal. They'd just have to use some sort of, like, gum or sticky nature that they found in the caverns. while the Trakovish had spider residue they could use as like a type of gum or vinegar to make the ink sticky. These guys would probably use other means, maybe some sort of saps out of root veggies that they found. Just something like that. Some sort of vinegar, some sort of water that they've harvested, because they're a lot higher on the elevation than the Dracovish are, so they have access to different stuff. With all of that out of the way, we can start making symbols. So the main symbols that we're going to have to come up with is stuff for the moon, conversely the sun, and possibly the sky. Maybe the elements like the air, water, fire, and earth. Oh, moon, sun, sky, ground, maybe? And the stars? And then a person. So these are the main symbols that I know the Sumerians use for their glyphs. They also have stuff for mouth, eye, food, drink. And then we can start listing out a few animals, like fish. Let's see. Okay, these guys wouldn't have a fish, because they don't fish. I have to think of different animals that live underground. Help. They would also have moles. Little mole creatures. Snake. I know snakes live. That looks like shake. Nar. Snake. There we go. Snack. Also, I don't think they would have the word for sky in the traditional sense, because they don't have a sky. They're underground all the time. So whatever the word is for sky, I think it would be more appropriate to say the word is ceiling. So let's just say ceiling. Because I'm sure they have a word for sky, they just don't use it that often, and it means like the big outside world. They'd probably call it more than one syllable. But ceiling, I feel like would just be one syllable. Like the cap, the roof, something like that. Alright, and then they'd probably have a few words for foods and drinks. Snake! 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 Dude, all these emotes are great. All of Theros emotes are great. Lit Heroes emotes. Lit Hero, I believe is the name. Alright, so I'm gonna go look at the Mayan script and see what they write as well. Because their symbols are really pretty too. Oh, and for those of you who haven't seen it, I want to show this. Look how pretty their carving is. This is what I mean when I say their carvings are like really curved. So it doesn't follow the standard rule of it has to have tool marks and all that good stuff. It's legitimately so pretty. Alrighty. Yeah, and like I said, some of the symbols are going to be kind of nonsensical, or their meaning has kind of been lost to time. Oh, foot. Foot and hands. Those are pretty good. Maybe I'll have a few more words for more nonsensical stuff, like bowl, and not. Alright, this is all I can think of for the moment, and it'll get us started at the very least. So let us start drawing some pretty designs and see if we can't come up with like an aesthetic universal aesthetic for all this stuff. And I do want them to have a written version where they've Rockworks. They would definitely have a lot of words for stone, because they are working with stone at all times. They'd also have a word for iron, possibly gold and silver as well, because they'd be working with that. Thank you, Period. That helps. Alrighty, so I'm going to start trying to come up with some symbols here, which might take me a bit, because I don't know how I want it to look yet. I think it'd be fun if it was kind of like one of those on the cusp of starting to switch from pictography to another kind of writing system, where they're starting to kind of lose the original picture. I'm gonna go look at Sumerian pictography first, though. And I picked Sumerian because, like I said, I am basing their clothes off of Akkadian, Babylonian looks. So, of course, I'm gonna go look at the Sumerian ways of writing, too.
Oh, they have pictures of cows.
Which, for those of you who want to see it, Sumerian looks kind of like this. It's really cool. It's got, like, these little notches and stuff. Because, like I said, they took a, they used to take, like, these little triangular sticks, and they'd poke holes in the clay, and then let the clay harden. But, you know, my dwarves don't do that. How do you spell homo in this language? I need a bumper sticker for my butt. Flippy. I don't know yet. Also, I don't know if they'd have a word for... I don't know if they'd have a word for that. But thank you for the biddy, you cute bot. You bitty blood bot. Mwah. Sorry, this music kicked the absolute shit out of everything. It sounds dope as hell. Is there a word for beware of bunnies because we shall rule the world? I don't think so. They might have a word for bunnies because, you know, bunnies are underground creatures. They'd probably interacted with them, but I don't think they'd have a word for bunnies are taking over the world. I'm sorry, Usagi. Leon said this sounds like systemic racism.
It's not.
Oh, I want them to have a word for sandal and necklace, too. There we go. So now that all that's written down, I can start trying to come up with some symbols. Oh, Indus River Valley Civilization. They have a pictographic system as well. Let's go look at that. I'm gonna go look at the Indus River Valley writing system. It's called the Indus script. Okay. And it's really pretty. I like it. Okay, we're gonna use this as an inspiration. Because it's very pretty. And it's just starting to lean out of the pictography stage, where you're not quite sure what it used to represent, but people who have been learning it their whole lives at the time of the civilization would know and understand its origin just a bit better. Not to mention, I really like their statues. Alright, so we're clearly gonna have a word for bull. So let me start drawing some stuff. Is there a word for beer? Probably. They would probably have a word for beer. Now, granted, they're not like typical dwarves where they're like, yeah, we're getting drunk and mining all day. They're a lot more nuanced than that, but I'm sure every race has alcohol. So I'm pretty sure they would have a word for beer. Although, I'm not sure what they would brew it from. If it's really ingrained in their culture. They probably brewed it, they probably know it as some sort of nectar from the outside. Because I feel like they would have a differentiation between stuff that is native to their mountain and stuff that they have to go out and get. And I feel like beer would be one of those things. So beer would be considered mushroom beer? I don't know. We did mushroom beer with the Trokovish. My underlings. I feel like for the mole dwarves, beer would probably be a really nice luxury good import brought in from the mice dwarves. And I think that'd be a fun little twist on it. Because, like I said, dwarves are known as to be like, they're stereotyped as Scottish sounding, drinking, roughhousing, miners, you know. And I think it'd be a fun little twist that, hey, they're not the ones that make it. I'm sure they've learned since now. Since then, but like a few thousand years ago when their language was just picking up and taking off, I feel like beer could have been an import. So maybe they consider beer like a heavenly, well, not heavenly, but like an outsider luxury item. That's not to say they don't have alcohol, but like stereotypical like grain alcohol, I'm sure they don't have. What about root beer? That could be fun. Root beer was originally like a medicinal drink. Yeah, I think if they do have beer that they've made, it is going to be something to do with a root vegetable. They probably did make some sort of root beer, but not typical grain beer. I think that's going to be considered more like an ambrosia rather than a something they have. So we can write that down. Root beer. I'll put it together just to know. They also might have, now thinking about it, they might have this, not stigma, but this two kind of world understanding. They might consider where they live to be another world from the outside, and their language could reflect that as well. Like, let's say, because a lot of races, a lot of languages have a world for the underworld, quote-unquote, but the dwarves would be considered living in this underworld, so they might have a world, a word different for the upper world and the lower world. So upper world, and then the lower world. So there's an underworld and an upper world. I think that'd be fun. Alright, now we're gonna go stare at symbols until my eyes go cross-eyed, and we can figure out... what... what symbols we need to make. So they will probably have words for water. They live in the mountains, which means they probably have to deal a lot with waterfalls. They probably see water as coming down vertically. Now, a lot of races, stop that. A lot of cultures write their water kind of like this. Or like this. They just have like these little lines that show off a stream. I know in Japanese, I believe it's like this, or Japanese and Chinese. It has like these interesting little lines together like this. And in Sumerian, they do this. They tick off these three little things, and it shows off a stream. So for these guys, it would probably do that, but it would be coming down and probably meeting something underneath as kind of like a pond, and that could be their word for water.
What, Kibin?
I heard it, Kibby. Kibby. There we go. Now, I am going to draw a bowl first, because bowls are easy. And I just want it to be a simple little bowl that they're going to have a symbol for. Cute little bowl. And it can stay there for now, until I know where I'm going to put it. And of course, like I said, water, I want it to be
Little bowl, so cute. Yeah, it's a bowl.
And then for their water, like I said, I want it to be kind of like something coming down and then meeting something below, kind of like this. And this is how they see water. Maybe they put lines in here, like this. That can be their water symbol, and the reason I say that is because this was originally probably like a waterfall, and this is like a pool that the water's falling in, but the symbol has clearly gotten a lot more simplified over the years whenever they started writing. So whenever they write, they just do this for water. What else? Let me actually erase this, make it a little shorter, make it a little easier. I'm also going to put down what each symbol is, just so I don't forget. Hello? That was weird. Bowl. And water.
Hello. It's Weewon.
Oh. He grabbed keys. Where he going? Hey, he's cute. Alright, I also want to add a profile of a face to show, oh, this is me. So they're gonna have a picture of a face that means person, pretty much. So, like this, let's see. Person. The face will probably be, it will be in shape of their typical facial features. Now, I don't know if they're going to add a beard or not. Maybe there's a difference. Hold on, I have an idea. I want the symbol to look easy enough to write. But I want it to match these symbols. How am I gonna do this? I guess I could go look at how Egyptians do it. So, probably something like this. And then they probably do something like this to show off like a beard. Maybe something like this. And that's how they mark a person. Now, I'm sure they'll have symbols for man and woman and human as well. Because I know in Mayan they have a lot of faces for their symbols. I know Na is for female. Pa, I don't know what it is, but it is a face. They just have a lot of faces. I don't understand. They have at least 10 faces in their writing system, and it's really trippy. They also have at least 3 hands in their writing system, and I don't know what it means. It's real weird. It's really cool, but it's weird. I'm also gonna do that too. I'm gonna write down a hand. How am I gonna have the hand? The beard line makes the face look creepy. Good. I'm actually glad that that does, because not all writing symbols look good. Some of them look downright weird. Ow! I have an itch. All right, we're good. Alright, we're also gonna have a root. Oh wait, they wouldn't have a word for the sun and the moon. Not the way we know it, at least. They're underground. Maybe they have a word for the sun, but it's considered like an outside world, outside thing. Because the sun and the moon are not inside, they're outside. They're in the upper world. So we're gonna have a word for their underworld. And then their upper world, overworld. There we go. Instead of sun and moon, it might be light or dark. Yeah, very possibly. Because I don't think they're a stranger to fire. But if that's the case, they would probably just use the word fire for light. And then the absence of fire to just mean, you know, darkness. They definitely have a word for the dark. but they also have a word for fire. In fact, I feel like they would probably call the sun just the upper fire, instead of, you know. Maybe they have a word for upper. Upper and lower. Not just underworld and overworld, but upper and lower. High and low. Yeah, the upper fire, the high fire. Let's see, how would they depict fire? Because traditionally they probably use iron and, like, you know, they use what materials they have with them to create fire. Probably using dried out veggies. I'm gonna go stare at pictures of fire, because not a whole lot of cultures have the symbol for fire. Although, I do like this symbol. It does something like this. And then it has like these lines here. I think that'd be a fun little symbol for fire. Maybe something like this, actually. Let's fix that. There we go. That could mean fire. I'm probably gonna have to make some of these symbols look more detailed, because I do want the symbols to look cohesive with each other. So let's do that. Close enough. Oh, foot. They also have a word for foot. Alright, so hand. It's probably just going to be a simple symbol of the hand, like so. There we go. Something like that. Just a little hand. There it is, just chilling. And like I said, I can come in here and clean this shit up later. I don't have to worry about it right now. And for high, I think they would do something like this. And then for low, they might do the opposite. Or maybe they'd even do this. And high and low might also be just words that they use for under and overworld. So let's actually just move that over. Come on outside, away with the tide. Fire, Amy. Wah. Now, root. They're going to have a symbol for root, of course. Oh, rays. I want them to have the symbol for, like, rays of light. because it's not darkness, and they do have light that comes through little tunnels and holes that they've punctured from above, just to give them ventilation shafts. So light, I don't think, and rays of light specifically, I don't think would be considered part of light in the traditional sense. I think it would be considered part of breathing. It would be kind of like a combination of being able to see and breathe. And I want them to look like this. There we go. I think that would look lovely. Because it's a hole with little beams of light coming out. Yeah, it's like a hole with little beams. And as for root veggies, it might look a little abstract at this point, because maybe it's changed over time. But it would definitely look like some sort of veggie. Oh, hiccups. I'm also probably going to get rid of the Indus River Valley, because, it looks silly to me. There we go. Place, ground, earth, land, country. Oh, they would probably also have a word for, like, God or ruler. So I'm gonna say ruler. Hello, Kibi. And then God, right here.
Oh, come on, Kibi.
I like my new Fox Mama character, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I didn't do anything, but you're welcome. You're the one that created it.
Mm-hmm.
Not me.
Okay, so I'm gonna write down root, and the root will probably share the same symbol as food, which means food probably means like root something. She was born in your chat. True, but you're the one that came up with most of it. I just sat here and was like, yeah, that sounds good. I just sat here and encouraged you. I didn't make it. You did. That's your brain baby. I'm also gonna get some more water because I'm thirsty. There we go. Yeah, Usagi out here smooching. So, what kind of... Let me look at what root veggies look like. I'm stupid. I know carrots are a root vegetable, but that don't help me. Carrots... leeks... radishes... Oh, I know what they could do. They'd probably have a symbol like this, where it's like a teardrop kind of, and then they'd have like stuff sticking out of it. And because we're going over this and I told you what that is, you can see it, but if we didn't know what that was, it'd be like, that's a weird little symbol. And that's exactly how language works. We don't know the context for a lot of languages now, so a lot of the symbols have been lost to us. Sadly. I can also use root veggies as their food palette later, but I'm not gonna worry about that right this minute. Let's see. Let's close that out. Thank you so much, but I didn't do anything. Leaves. Well, I didn't. I don't think I did.
Why?
Alright, so darkness, I feel like they would represent as the raise symbol, but without the light shining down, so it would just be these two circles.
Cat, hello!
All hail Battler. Yes, good. My dictatorship is going smoothly, I see. But yeah, I think they would have darkness as kind of like the light symbol, but without the rays. I think that would be really pretty.
Cecil, why are you crying?
Where is he? He's yelling. He is yelling at Leon.
Hi, baby.
Why are you yelling? Why are you yelling? Oh, do you want pets? Do you want to play? You have to bring me a toy to play, you silly thing. Is this toy over there at all? Is this toy over there? No. Oh, okay. He's just being needy. Whee! Yes, Amy. Wow. Kibbin. He yelling. I would also play with him if he brought a toy. I'm sure chat would love to see that. Alright, so, let's see. A ruler. Clearly it's going to be the symbol of person. We love Perion. We do love Perion. Perion good. Let's see. They would... since rulers are typically female, ruler, the symbol of ruler and the symbol of female is probably going to be pretty much the same thing. Now that I'm thinking about it. So we're going to draw what they would consider a feminine look in their culture. So something quick, like this. There we go. There we go, ruler. And traditionally, their females have very, very long, pretty hair. They all have long, pretty hair, but I feel like women have this, especially when they're rulers, I feel like they have plates that like drape over the hair, so they put a higher emphasis on hair if they are women. Just here with your coffee and being sleepy and people just loving me. Yeah! Because you're a good guy. You're very sweet. Alright, but yeah, I think they would associate rulers and leadership with feminine traits because it's their culture. Because the females are the queens, the ones that have the kids and basically manages the families. Foot! Foot's easy. Just draw a foot. There's their foot. I also think they would have a word for a tail. Well, actually, no. I don't know. I don't know if they'd use a symbol for a tail. It's not like they need to. You know what? Yeah. I'll give them tail. And it would probably look like this. Whoop. Boop and boop. It's a little tail. Hi, Kevin. Alright, so now I can draw the foot. There we go, just a silly symbol. Sorry, this music's just real good. Oh, and necklace. I want to put down the word for necklace. And maybe iron. Gold. Silver. And stone. Because they would definitely have words for that. Now, God. I want the gods to have that ruler look to them, but with a more holy symbology. So maybe something like this. I'm also thinking of having their gods have slit eyes instead of round. And maybe that's their, like, distinction of their gods. At least in the symbol. Or maybe I'll even give them all those kind of eyes, because now that I'm looking at it, it looks really cool. I might do that. Let's try that. Oh, I really like that. It looks really nice. That means when they draw eyes, they probably do that. They do this upturn, and then they do this. There we go. That looks nice. I like that. Heh. Now, stones would be pretty easy. They probably just draw a simple circle and then do some lines right here to show that that's where it's sitting. Now, iron, gold, and silver is where it's going to get really weird, and I think it's because they will associate those three elements, those three metals, with what they're crafted of the most commonly. So let's say, you know, stereotypically, iron is used for chains. They're not, but let's just say they are. They would probably make the symbol a chain. You know, just to say, hey, this is what this is made of most of the time, so this is what we're drawing it as. And I'm sure they do that with gold and silver as well. So we'll do that here in a bit. But for now, I'm going to finish working on necklace. The necklace itself, and the god symbol. Which I want it to look like this. No, come on now. Also, I feel like they see their gods as wearing like these really big headdresses, like this. And their gods do not have mouths, and they do not have... Well, I guess these guys don't have mouths either, but their gods do not have, like, any facial hair or anything. They just have these long-ass heads. And that's the symbol for their gods. There we go. And necklaces. They would probably do something like this. There we go. That looks really pretty. I like that symbol. And that would be their necklace. And as you can see, this would be like the two things that tie together. These are the plates that drape over it. And it could also be a symbol for just beard plating as well. It's just the thing that you put on your neck / beard. That's the best way to explain it. Now, looking at iron, gold, and silver. Let's just look at silver first. They mine it all, so they wouldn't associate it with that. They would associate it with what they craft it from. And gold is primarily used for jewelry, but they already have a symbol for a necklace. So they'd probably look at other ways jewelry's made, especially in symbols that are very particular to them. Like, let's say they make a lot of gold earrings. They'd probably do something like this. This would probably be the symbol for gold. Now, yes, it looks a little bit like the raise symbol, but it is different. It's representation of a gold earring. And this also helps because rays, golden, like sun rays, would probably be associated with gold after a while. So gold could be considered an element that could help you breathe, which is really weird but fun to think about. If they're going to be associating it with their ventilation shafts, which creates sunlight, little pockets of sunlight that rain down on them, of course they would consider gold, an element that looks like this sunlight, to be represented by life and breath. Now, silver, let's see. Silver would probably be more associated with money, so they might have it as a coin, some sort of coin. I'd have to come up with what their coins look like, but I feel like they would be some sort of symbol like this, maybe? Come on now. I want to do this. And the coin looks... It's like half a cut coin, kind of. Actually, let's flip it. Yeah, it looks a little better. So I want that to be the symbol for silver. The exact symbol is lost to time. Or at least the meaning is, but we know that it's kind of like half a coin, or what they considered minted coins to be back then. Nowadays it doesn't look like this, but, you know, it used to. Now, iron. I think I might go with the chain link. I did mention that it might not actually be a chain link, but I don't care anymore. It makes sense. So maybe they associate iron with two loops connecting with each other, like that. Let's make it a little nicer than that. Oh, thank you for the care package, Period. Let me get some stretchies and some sippies. Oh, and I broke my fingers. Oh, that felt great. Ugh. Ugh. And a sippy. Oh! I just dropped something. Don't mind me. Sippy! Ow. Alright, iron I want, like I said, to be two loops meeting together. Oh, I know how they do it. They'd probably do an S-curve, bring this in, and then bring this out, and then loop it together. Let's try that again, but less poopy this time. How did I do that? I'm stupid. Oh, okay, I know how I did it. And I'm sure they have better ways of writing that. Would a thing my friend drew still go in personal art? Depends. Personal art is art that you typically drew, but if it is of art that you own or was drawn of you, as long as you credit the artist, then Yeah, you could drop it at that. Still figuring out how to draw this. See, this looks nice. Oh, maybe they make it look a little abstract. Maybe they do something like this. I like this. It's like this abstract little loop. Which means iron is probably considered some sort of bond? Like a bonding material almost? While gold is considered something that lets you breathe, silver is considered financial stability. I think that'd be fun. Koji, no! Hello, Koji! And yes, we are making a conlang today. We're working on another one. But this one is specifically for my dwarves, and my dwarves are writing in, yeah, kind of like a pictographical symbol. So yeah, it is very much ancient Egyptian adjacent. Oh, I see. Welcome home, master. Teehee. Oh, you don't really own it? Then just put it in other art, and then credit the artist. Oh no, surprise bunny missed. The bunny missed. The Banui missed the kiss. Of course, Koji. How you doing, dude? How's my favorite dragon doing? I'm also gonna pull out this list so I can see what we've written so far. Alright, so Mun and Soon, the sun and moon are not going to be used. We technically have a word for sky and ground now, sort of. We would not have words for stars. I'll still look into ceiling. We have a word for stone. Iron, gold, and silver. Necklace. Water. Fire. And our upper world and lower world, because it's just high and low. Person. Eye. Foot and hand. Bowl. There we go. And we don't need the word for food. So we have a good amount of symbols to work with. I'm doing nothing as I just woke up. Oh, nice. I hope you had a good sleep, though. Feel today's gonna be a good day. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm also gonna bring these down here real quick. Because I want to try and make room. I'm gonna do this. Ah! I clicked the wrong button. There we go. Make it a lot nicer. So we're gonna come up with where these things should go. Banana kiss! Put it in art finds.
Wow.
Oh, that's so cute! I really like that art. That art is very well done. Me like art. Alrighty. Thinking. So I'm gonna move around these symbols to figure out where they go. Oh, I should probably have a word for mouth too, just to have. Good, relax while listening in. Of course, of course. And thank you for the sippy. Num num. I am very first. And a snack. Ooh. He likes making long black jackets. Honestly, based. And the snack I grabbed today is Captain Crunch. It's like a little bar. It looks yummy. What do you want? Is it yumby? He said it's yumby, guys, so I think we're okay. I think we're good. Oh, goodness. It is so colorful. Why is it so colorful? Oh, man, that smells really good, though. How? That is an interesting taste. Okay. It definitely tastes like cereal. I will give it that. They definitely made cereal. Oh, it's a Captain Crunch bar. And that is definitely cereal. I feel like I should be dipping it in milk. Good lord. It is nice, but it's... My brain's confused because it's like, milk? Where's the milk? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't think I need it, though. Alright, let's grab each symbol and put them where they sound like they would fit, I guess. How many channel points to have a friend modeled after you for Battler Jenga? Huh? Like, oh, if you already have a picture that you want me to put on, just do the Battler Jenga and then throw the picture at me in DMs. Because I know you have a few chibi pictures, Koji. Yeah! Just toss me the image. Yeah, you can. If you're a friend, you can throw me a picture of you in DM. And I will pop you on my head. I kind of have run out of space to write down how many friends I have in my Battler Jenga description, so just assume I have, like, pretty much all of you. And if you don't exist, send it to me. Think out of the 3 characters that had the most input in, 2 of the 3 can change gender. And the 3rd cross-dresses at least once. Nice. Cross-dressing is bis. Yes, please. I do not have a PNG of you, Koji. Throw me a little baby chibi of you. And I will put you on my head. Or my shoulder. Wherever you want to sit. I like having my friends. Chibi incoming! Wah! I am excited. While we wait for that, though, I'm going to look at different sounds and figure out what sounds appropriate for these symbols. And I might base it off of some languages, kind of, but not by much. I typically don't like doing that. However, it does help with... Oh my god, Koji, that's so cute. What the fuck? He's so angry. He's so laughing. I love him. Alright. One dragon coming up. Don't mind me, I'm just frozen for a second. Looking for my homie. There he is. It's the boy. Eh! On head. Okay, you get to hang out with Blippi. Here, Blippi, make room. Be nice. Scoot over. Play nice with the other kids. There we go. Of course, Koji. And thank you for giving me a chibi. I now have a chibi of my friend. Because, for those who don't know, I have a lot. I have Leon. I have 2 Dans, because Dan wanted to give me a pocket version of him, where he's, like, sitting in a pocket. Uh-oh, I fucked up. I'm just gonna leave it over here for now. I have a Veil, a Himiko that sleeps in my lap. Yes, I got new Chimbi, a Lilin, Kaden, Usagi, Blippi, Pirion, and now Koji! I have Koji on my head. Hehe. Leon, look. He's Koji. Hey, Koji. I have a collection of friends. And my collection gets bigger every day. Me takes your chibi, a fine addition to the collection.
Chibi. Hi, buddy. Aww. Hi, baby. Hi, baby.
I pet my cat. I love him. He says.
What?
Alrighty. Let's pull this down. Cause I'm already coming up with ideas for my stuff. So I want gold to be ne or ne. And there's a reason for that. Literally stop your sentence halfway because you saw my chibi. I know, I don't even remember what my sentence is anymore. Your chibi was too cute.
Hi, Kibin.
And now I have a cat to pet. Hello, lovey. Cute boy, cute boy. Chimbi. Alright, so I'm gonna grab up gold, because I want it to be ne or nu. Which, right here. Boop. No kibbin. Alright, so that's the symbol for gold, and if you want to write down the word for gold, you write nu. If you want to say nu, it's gold. I'm gonna do that because it makes it easier. Vessel, stop knocking stuff over.
Oh no! The Captain Crunch bar fell!
Ow. Cecil's finding it fun to rub all over my stuff with his face. And while it's adorable, it's still making stuff fall over. Alright, for the word silver? Where's silver? There it is. I want that to be T. E. So I want it to be T. Love that Bones recently learned to rub her forehead on mine. It's so cute. That's adorable. What the fuck? I want to pet Bones. Bones is a good cat. Yes, Bones, the lovely lady. Oh, and for bowl, I still want to use the B noise. Because when you think of a bowl, you hear the B symbol. Or maybe G. Or do. I like do. Do or do. Da, perhaps? Da for bull. I like da for bull. Yeah, that works.
Oh, she good old lady, Kibby. Yeah, she's a very good lady. Look, Grandma Kitty.
Meow. Meow. Alright, so water, I want it to be meh. So right here.
Meh.
And I'm thinking God? Let's see. I think Su or Se, Si. I'm gonna bring them as low as possible just so I don't have to worry about taking up so much space above. Also, foot, I might want as be or bo, just because it just feels appropriate. I like bo for foot. And these are just symbols where I'm like thinking of the word and then going, what would sound appropriate for this word? Like with a bowl, da sounds kind of like a bowl noise. I don't know. I also want to do Ji for God. Ji is very pretty, and it sounds very regal, so Ji would be for God. There we go. I'm gonna make stone roll. Oh, whoops. If I don't cut it in half. Roll, because it rolls. And roll sounds just like a stone to me. I'm gonna move these out the way so they're not getting cut off by anything. Fire. Now, fire has this really interesting sound to it. And I know a lot of languages has it sound pretty distinct. Fire, pyre, pyre, agni, air. It's all got this ah sound to it. I. So I might just have it straight up be ah. I also think Japanese does it too. It's like just the universal sound for fire. Ah. So I might have ah be for fire. Maybe specifically ah, where it like catches in the throat. My glottal stop, specifically. Let's have it a glottal stop. There we go. Prebe. Alright, high, I want it to be something like E sounding, because E is higher. I'm probably gonna have like key or get big fast chocolate nuts. Con, hello! How you doing? Congrats on the 7 months, holy shit. You think fast. Here's a cup of tea. Bitch. I carry you. How you doing, homie? I'm good, by the way. We are working on conlang stuff. I wrote a bunch of symbols, and now I'm trying to figure out where the fuck these symbols are gonna go in terms of sounds. So I'm thinking of going gi. I like gi. Gi sounds really cool. Just something e. Gi, ki, gi, something like that. There we are. Gi. I really like that. And for low, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm gonna have it... actually, ki would sound a little better. Maybe ki. Like that. And low would be something like bu. Or du. Or tu. Where it's like, you're saying it's low. And I'm using the vowel harmony to give it a feeling of depth. Hello. Everyone's being cute in my chat today, like always. What I'm doing here is when I'm listening to the sounds, this is a fun little language study that people like to do. It's called like not vowel sonority, but like sort of like sound aesthetic. For instance, there was a study done where you took two symbols. One looked like this spiky thing, and the other looked like a big blob. And they said, which one sounds like ki, 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 and which one sounds like bo? And people are going to pick ki for the spiky symbols, because it's got a higher pitch, it's got a shriller sound, the harsh k sound, coupled with the e sound, it just feels higher. It feels higher pitched and sharper. While the o, the blob, sounds more like a oh, wah, wah sound. And this is just a language study, and a lot of our language does that. If you hear, you know, big, low-sounding sounds, you can picture something with it. Like a bowl, you picture, you know, this round, big thing. So I'm basically doing that. I'm listening to the sounds and going, okay, it reminds me of this. So, something that's high pitch, high elevation would sound like e, while something below or underground would sound like oo, oh. So I'm kind of doing that, which is where I get ki and tu. Tu sounds lower than ki. Ergo, ki would be a high place, tu would be a low place. Same thing with root. I'm probably going to make root be an O sound. I don't know which one yet. Oh, Lu. Never mind. Lu sounds cute. I'm gonna use Lu for root. It just sounds nicer. Lu. And it's basically kind of like how they say food. Lu. And dark. That sounds like eh or ah. Ar. Va. I like va or ve. Ve sounds like dark. Ve sounds dark to me. Also, the symbol needs to be a bit bigger. And I will be changing the symbols up just a bit. I'll be cleaning them up, make them a little nicer. This is just us working on this specifically. I'm thinking of having rays be either la or ra. It just feels appropriate to me. Ra specifically. And I don't know if it's because of my Egyptian knowledge. I'm probably making these assumptions because of my Egyptian background, but you know, Ra is the sound for the sun in Egyptian. It's not only the sun god's name, it's also just straight up the word for the sun. It also can mean rise, so I think a ray of sunlight would be a Ra. Just sounds proper to me. Now, person. I actually like where it is now. Za? Ja. No, za. Za sounds fine. Za or ze. Now, as for ruler, I'd want it to be a little more eloquent sounding. Maybe la or le. Le sounds very pretty. But I feel like they would have it associated with the gendered words that they have. Maybe? I don't know. La sounds nice though, so ruler is la. And just a standard person, or le, not la. And then za would be just a person. Necklace definitely sounds like it would be che or chi, at least to me. And now we have three more symbols to work with. Tail, iron, and eye. I want the tail to be in the shuz. Maybe like she or sho. I like sho. Sho's cute. Let's make this symbol a bit bigger. And I know it looks suggestive, but who cares? It's the symbol of a tail. That's how they write it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Anyway, iron. Iron feels like it would start with a voiced consonant. Like z or da or v. And it feels like it would be an e or an u or an ah maybe? Like za for iron. I like za. Za's nice. Za is very pretty for iron. There we go. And finally, I. Let's make it ge. Ge. I. Ge. There we go. All the symbols that we have come up with. We did it! So now we can just come up with some more nonsensical symbols. Because remember, not every single symbol is based off of a word, although most of them are. Some of them can be symbols that were slowly altered over time. We could go look at Chinese as well for any inspiration we might need. So I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go look at some Chinese oracle bone symbols. Alright, so Chinese is very pretty. Also, Chinese is a really good script to grab up since it's going to be inspiration to how these guys write nowadays. What we're working on is symbols that they write on their walls. However, they have recently come into technology where they can write on paper. And in doing so, their symbols have started to take on a different shape. This is just what happens over the course of hundreds of years. When your technology changes, your font will change as well. Your script will start going through transformations. English is a pretty good example of this. Whenever we got the printing press, we went batshit with fonts. We started making our symbols look really pretty and really different, but still cohesive. And that has happened with other languages as well. People who once started carving stuff also started getting simplified scripts whenever they switched to paper. I know that's how Semitic languages got started as well. Semitic languages are just scripts that are simplified versions of Egyptian. It's actually why people say our Latin language, the language we write in today, comes from ancient Egyptian. It's because it does. Ancient Egyptian symbols got switched and moved around by ancient Semitic languages that needed a writing system that they borrowed. And because they were writing primarily on paper, everything got really simplified. Ancient Egyptian itself did this as well. They have symbols for, I believe it's called hieratic. There's hieroglyphs and then there's hieratic, and hieratic is simplified versions of their writing that they've put on papyrus, and it's very pretty. And it looks almost Arabic. In fact, I think it's where Arabic could have come from, at least aesthetic-wise. It's really interesting. So I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to be making 2 separate writing systems. This writing system, which is primarily used for wall writing and like ceremonial temple carvings, and then they're going to have a much more modern, kind of like common tongue that the layman can read. I think that's going to be a lot of pribbies. So yeah, I'm going to grab Chinese Oracle Bone script for that. Ah. There we go. I couldn't type. But I'm also going to go look at some ancient Egyptian and see what kind of symbols they have. Because remember, everything is... Oh, this is a good way to show off hieratic, by the way. See how these are the original carving symbols? These are the way they wrote it with a pen, which was a bamboo quill, I believe? It was like a very hollow reed that they carved to kind of look like a calligraphy pen, like what we have with feathers, and they use them to write out stuff on papyrus. It's very pretty. It's also why the brushes are very wide and then thin here. It's because the brush was shaped kind of like this. Here's the pen, and then it would do this like really harsh cut right here, and then this would be dyed, and then they'd write with that. So you could make lines that look like this, that's really thick, and then you can have really thin lines. It's really cool. Alright, so I have the word for water. I have the word for a bowl. Oh, a snake! I'm sure they've had to deal with snakes. I might also have a writing for stalactites, because while they do primarily live in tunnels, they also have to deal with just caves in general. So we're gonna do that. Let's write down snake. Snack. Yes, snack. And then we'll probably have a word for stalactites, and then maybe arches and ceiling. I do want them to have the word for ceiling. Snake. Snake! Alright, the snake's probably gonna look simple. Like, something easy like that. Okay, let's do that again, so it doesn't look stupid. There we go, just a simple snake. It's a clever little snake. Snake! There he is. What else? I said what I was gonna write, and then my brain completely forgot. Let's see, I said snake. Also, I still want it to look better. It looks so silly. Alright, that's as good as I'm gonna get it. There we go. It's just a box. Just a box, don't worry, guys. Oh, I could also have a drink. And I want to do something like this. There we go. Actually, let's make it a little thinner. And it's based off of the little jars that they drink out of. They probably drink out of, like, these clay jars. There we go. And maybe mouth. Let's have a word for mouth. And then they'll do this. Maybe I won't make it Egyptian as hell. We'll leave the mouth alone for the moment. Oh, knot! That's right, I wanted a word for knot. I don't know why exactly, but we have the word for knot. And I wanted it to look like this. I need to figure out how to do this. There we go. Something like that. I think that works. Maybe they have a word for pool as well. And they do something like this. However, they use the symbols in here for water. So they do a line, and then maybe they do a line here. Kind of like this. So it's like, look, a circle with water in it. So it's like their way of saying there's water in here. Yeah, maybe they do something like this, where it's like, oh look, there's water here, and then they have like dotted lines here to show it's water. And then here, it's like, yeah, see, that's water. And it's their like ancient brain processing it that way. I do need to come in here though and clean this up just a bit, because I want the water to look better. But they are going to associate it with falling vertically. also have an ancient brain. Me also am old. How do I do this? That looks better. Then they have 2 lines right here to show off the water is falling. And maybe sometimes they draw something underneath it like that. What else? Let me look at my chart here. So, oh, ceiling! That's right. I want them to have the word for ceiling. And I want it to look like this. Where it's like this arched looking thing. There we go. Ceiling. Now we have 5 more words to drop in here. Alright, so we don't have a word for any peas yet, so I'm gonna put that in drink. I think either like pa. I think pa works for a drink. Boop. Pool, swimming, splashing, shot, sha, sh. I think they would have a sh sound. She or she or sho. Sho. I like sho. Because it sounds big, but it's got the sh sound of water, running water. Same thing with snake. Snakes make these sounds. So I think they would use us for a snake. So like se or su. Su works really well for a snake. Actually, tail, you move over. Tail gets to be a sha now. Actually, no. Tail can stay sho. No, yeah, sha. Tail will be sha. Pool will be sho. There we go. Alright, ceiling. Honestly, meh sounds fine. Let's just keep it meh. And then not. Let's have it just be O. I liked it being there. There we go. Alright, we got a few more symbols written down. Now, should we come up with some nonsensical symbols? Or should I keep doing it this way? Because when I say nonsensical, I mean symbols that we draw that could have some bearing on some sort of symbol, but we don't know what it is anymore. I'm gonna go look at a list of hieroglyphics, which are easy to find. They're all on the wiki. Let's see. Uniliteral signs. Which I've already looked at. Now we can go look at the biliterals. Which just means that the symbols represent 2 consonants.
Period. Thank you for the sippy.
Period said you've been talking forever. Drink, bitch. hydrate is important. Also, you guys make sure you hydrate. It's hot today. It's, oh, okay, it's getting a little lower in the heat. It's not super hot, but it's getting there. Alright, so... I may have a symbol for a gate as well, because in order to get into someone's house, you typically pass through some sort of carved gate. Even, like, people who would be considered quote-unquote lower class still has some sort of threshold to their home. And I'll use tse as gate. And it'll just look like this. Let me clean that up a little, actually. There we go. So that will be the symbol for gate, or tse. So if I want to say, let's say I want to say, Oh, hi Pats! How you doing? I'm doing good, by the way. I am just working on new language stuff. And I'm thinking. Language makes my head hurt. But let's say I want to talk about the hill dwarves, the ones that live outside, the mousy ones. And I want to say that they are my family, but they also have long, slithery little tails. So let's say that they're called the snake tails. If I want to say the word for, you know, mouse dwarg, I would say, susha. Susha. Susha would be a pretty good word for my neighbors over there. But I could also say something like, sushaza. Sushazal. Sushazal. Just, that's a word that we can say is how they say that. In order to write it down, you just write down the word for snake. And then you write down the word for tail. Susha za. And then I write down the symbol for iron right here. Susha za. And then let's say I'm adding like some sort of noun to it. And I say as in the catching your throat. Fire. And then let's say I'm using the word la. Let's say it means like a loop or a belt or like a leather catch or something. And let's put down that symbol too. Something like that. So this is how I would write it all down. I can adjust it a bit. There we go. So it would be su sha za ala. Su sa za ala. And the word, the way I want it to do... Oh, you can play some Animal Crossing. Nice! I just looked up and saw that. That's awesome. And I want this word to be basically Shusazal. Shusazal. I think that'd be fun. And the reason this la turns into an ul at the end is because I'm going to be following the Mayan way of writing. Fun fact, the Mayans, though they wrote kind of like the Japanese, that does not necessarily mean they have a vowel at almost every single end of the word. In fact, most of the time they did not. They did something called underspelling, or overspelling. One or the other. I can't remember exactly what it is. But let's say they wrote the word Balam, B-A-L-A-M. These are 3 different symbols in their language. I believe this is like a little bow tie looking thing. This, it was something like this. It's like this little circle with little pieces in it. More Weewans! Oh no, the Weewan army is starting. Here he comes. Old Lottie coming. Where's my boy? Where's my baby? There he is. Oh, he's climbing up my arm, guys. Help. But yeah, this would be like a bow tie, and then the M would be like these 3 little circles together. And you'd put it together, and you'd get this really interesting symbol. You'd get like this little bow tie, like this. You get this weird, silly circle with the symbols inside, and then you get these 3 little babies that hang down. And this is Balam. But that M is not actually an M. It's Ma. This word is Ba-la-ma. However, because this is an A, an ah sound, and this is also an ah sound, they go, okay, this is echo. It's echo spelling. Because this is an A and this is an A, cut out the final A. Balam. And that's how you do it. So that's what I'm going to do for these guys. Shusazal. They cut out that final A because this is an A. And it would work if I said something like Zulu. Like Z-U-L-U. It would actually just be Zul. Because we cut out that U. So that's how I want to run that. And there it is. That is my writing system. Now, I could keep making symbols, but my brain is tapped for ideas at the current moment. I'm going to have to do some more research on just random-ass words they could use. Because they don't have a whole lot of access to stuff that we would, that would get us this kind of stuff. Like, for instance, you know, the word for barley, the word for birds, the word for certain plants. They wouldn't have that. It just wouldn't work. So I'll have to look through and figure out, oh, maybe they have words for tools. Because they do mine. They might have the word for tunnel as well. Let me go along my list again. Sandal, I wrote down. Snake. Root beer. We already have word for drink. And air and earth we don't really need. We got ceiling. Sandal, maybe. I'm over here staring at ancient Egyptian symbols so I could figure out what it is. We could go look at their determinatives, which these guys will not have. Well, not that I want to work on yet. Because fuck that, no offense. And for those of you who do not know what a determinative is, it's basically a letter or a word that is usually not read unless it's by itself. And it's usually just there to kind of give like a marker, like, hey, this is what this means. Because they have that rebus symbol, that rebus principle, where they take words that sound like words, you know, the I believe I see a dog, that little rebus I made. They need to be able to tell you, hey, this is what this version of the word means, I promise. And they put a symbol beside it to explain it. Like, say, in here, I want to say, you know, iron, no, that sounds dumb. Fireball, I guess. Let's say I want to say the word for fire, like, use the symbols fire and bull. Yeah, I believe I see a dog. But let's say I use the symbol for bull and fire. So I use the word da'a, da'a. Now, let's say the word da'a can mean, like, something that literally holds fire, kind of like a, I don't know, like a what are those things called, like sconces? Like those fire pit thingies? Like, let's say I'm talking about that, like da'a, but let's say I want to say, I believe I see a bat, a dinko. I love my dinko. Look at him, he's so cute. But let's say the word da'a also means, I don't know, like knife or something. It doesn't, but let's just say it does. Let's say da'a for the time being means like cutting utensil. How does it relate to bowl and fire? How will people know what I'm talking about? So if I say fire pit and I just write bowl fire, people will be like, oh, okay, you're talking about the da'a, the fire pit. You're talking about it. But let's say I'm talking about a knife now, and I write down da'a. Unless people are looking at context clues around me, they're gonna be like, what the fuck? Why are they talking about a bowl of fire all of a sudden? This is weird. But then I go, no, guys, I promise. I'm talking about a knife. And then I write down the symbol for the word knife next to it to kind of be like, this is the picture of the thing I'm talking about. Don't read it out loud. This isn't a word you can say. It's just there to tell you it's a knife. Nothing else. That's a determinative. It's like an emoji for ancient people to say, no, don't get confused. I'm talking about this. Determinatives are used quite often, actually, in Chinese as well as Japanese, and like I said, it also in Sumerian, and quite a lot in Egyptian as well, and I'm probably in Mayan, now that I'm thinking about it. Anything that has to do with a pictographic writing system has determinatives, because you want to make sure you're as clear as possible. You don't want people to read that and go, what the fuck did they say? You want to make sure your reader understands. So, there it is. But, see, up here, I don't have to do that. Because people can just go, oh, it's about a sconce. But here, they're like, oh, no. Oh, but there's a knife here. You're talking about a knife. Got it. If that helps. So, I will work on those eventually, but not right now. I don't feel like it right now. Oh, I could write down how the Egyptians do it. It's really cool. Like, if they want to talk about a pretty woman, or just a young woman in general, they write down words like this. Let's see, I want to say Nefer, which I believe it is this. It's like this weird little symbol here, which means Nefer, or it means pretty, Nefer, Nefra. And then I want to say lady. If they want to say, hey, a pretty lady, first of all, they add like this cute little symbol, which represents a T, which is like Nefert, Neferet. it means it's now a feminine thing. The T makes it feminine. And then they draw a lady here. They're like, oh look, it's a lady. If my lady didn't look wonky. Oh hey look, it's a lady. Then they have her just chilling here next to the writing. That's a determinative. They're like, see, it's the lady. That's what we're saying. Ah, no! I was drawing on the wrong layer! There we go. I might have a few words for, like, tunic as well. Like clothes, belt. Oh, right. I did make la, the word for belt, and I kind of like that. I'm gonna keep it. So I know it looks like a wonky P, but I promise it's gonna be their symbol for belt. La. Belt. I've noticed a lot of this is going to be basically nouns, because when, you know, language is first coming out, you're probably mostly using nouns. Alright, so I don't need any more Egyptian stuff. I can close that out. I can also probably close out my Sumerian. I don't need it either. There we go. Now the question is, do I want to have words for different genders? Or just leave that out? I think I'll leave it out. They will have word for mountain, though. I do want them to have the word for mountain. Because, you know, they live in one. And I'm sure whenever they pop out, like once in a while, they see what they're living in. They're like, oh, we're in a giant fucking mountain. Like, you're not, like, that unaware, even if you are living in these, tunnels, essentially. So, they have words for mountain. Now the question is, where would I want that to go? I'm gonna make it Fu. To, kind of give a half-hearted nod towards Mount Fuji. Or Mount Fuji, not Fuji. Fuji is a program. And of course, it's going to look like a mountain. There we go. That's gonna be their symbol for a mountain. Simple, easy. Trying to think of other animals that they could have associated with their language. But for now, snake is really the only one I can think of. Especially considering in their early days of civilization, snakes were probably considered like an enemy to them. Because the history of naked mole rats are a prey animal to snakes. And since I based them off of mole rats, you know, it goes hand in hand. Snakes are probably considered like an evil omen or like an evil god watching them or spying on them or trying to hurt them or poison them. Ugh. Oh, venom. Venom could be a good single syllable word. Or maybe they use another 2 words for venom, like snake water. Snake water would be a really good word for venom. And this is why we use symbols, because we can see where the words come from. Alright, can you guys think of anything else? Because I'm currently tapped. Also, we got a good amount of symbols done.
Oh, no hiccups. Nar, go away.
Ah! You're cute! I'll fight you. What about a word for axe, not bias or anything? Considering they don't work with wood. I don't know if they develop axe. Not naturally. Axes would be imports. Nice try though, Pyrian. I appreciate you, buddy. Oh! Pfft, here I am, ignoring the obvious. They'd have a word for bats. They would fight things, though I don't know if... I don't know if they would develop axes the same way we think of them. Not to mention, they're dwarves. They'd have a lot of trouble reaching. They would probably have more lances and, like, warglaives. Something that gives them an extended reach. Yeah, like a halberd, yeah. They'd probably have something that gives them that stretch, that outreach. I'm also gonna just start drawing random bullshit, because we don't know the origin of every single symbol for languages, so of course they'd probably forget too. There we go. That's the symbol for ah. I don't know what it is, but it's there. It's just a donut looking thing. Let's see. What would be good for ooh? Push-ups you can one day give Leon the mightiest squeeze. I don't think I will ever be able to give Leon the mightiest squeeze. My arm's too small. Alright, there's another random symbol.
Well, yeah, let me go do my push-ups. But thank you, Jackson. What?
I gotta take off my glove. I'm bringing you guys with me. Woo! I'm also going to pet a wee one. You got pet. Oh, my back.
Oh no, I'm stuck. No.
There we go. I'm unstuck. Alright, push-ups we go.
What?
Alrighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Ugh. Well, yeah, they're getting a little easier for me. Maybe just the leg.
Yeah, squeeze. Wah. Ow. There we go. I am back.
So I've got a bunch of random symbols here. I might clean up that U. It looks stupid.
Looks a little too dumb.
I'll do this instead. That looks a lot like the knot. Maybe I'll do something like this. That looks a little better. And I don't know what it is. They don't know what it is either. They've lost that kind of or they haven't lost it, but it's just a nonsensical symbol. Doesn't mean anything. Not directly, at least. I think I'll do that with E as well. Just have two little ticks in it. Who knows? It's just a symbol. Who knows what it actually means? And then maybe I'll do that with E. Let's have it hanging out and have like half a circle peeking. Just for the hell of it. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Now I can worry about adding a few more stuff that has little symbols to it. I don't need Mayan anymore, by the way. We're gonna close that out. Because, the symbols are starting to look a little too precise for the language, and it's not matching up with what I want for my dwarves. So, we don't need it. I'm trying to think of what they would consider important in their culture. Because, remember, culture and all of this stuff just goes hand in hand with each other. Maybe we could go stare at the... Oh no! I muted my music on accident! Ah! But, yeah, maybe we could go stare at Japanese now. Because while Japanese does look like hiragana, which hiragana is, I believe, almost like not shorthand, but it's like a shortened, like small almost version of Chinese. And I could see that. And then katakana is like an even more simplified version. So we're gonna go look at some hiragana. Which doesn't help. We could just look at pictographs. Pictographs are great. Alright, so we have foods. We have water and fire. Earth and air I'm not really gonna draw. They don't need that. They have silver, gold. I don't think they'll have anything else. Everything else is considered like a color. Not really like a physical, tangible rock they can hold. Well, you know what I mean. The stuff like, let's say, cobalt and all that, that's gonna be actual colors, not like writing for them. And I have vault. I have foot. I don't want mouth, because then it's gonna start feeling a lot like Egyptian. Snakes. Tunnel. Tunnel, that's right. I want tunnel. I have gate, I believe. Where's gate? I cannot find gate! I have ceiling. Uh-oh, did I not keep gate? Or am I just blind? No, I didn't keep gate. I'm pretty sure I made it tsa, didn't I? Tsa or tsa? Oh no! Guys, do you remember where I put gate? I don't. I feel like Dora the Explorer. Do you know where gate is? I really do forget. I forgot where the gate was. I don't remember where I wrote it. Shit. I think it was se. I'm pretty sure it was se. So I'm gonna put it there. And if it's not, oh well. Maybe it's soul? I could make it soul. I just want a gate. Just to make sure I did miss it on accident. Yes. Fudge. Oh! I could use this. I could have a Jo for gate, or Ju. Ju sounds very nice. Or Ja? Je? Je. I'm starting to think I'm not going to use this, so let's get rid of it. Goodbye, Ja. Hardly knew ye. And by hardly, I meant I didn't know you at all, because I wasn't using you. Yeah, everything else I have a sense of feeling for the consonants, but Ja is not one of them. So we're gonna have to get rid of it. Goodbye, Ja. We can do that on the sheet, too. We can just do this. Boop. I'm keeping Z, though, because I like Z. Z is nice. This one. And I will make the gate Tse. Or Tso. Tso sounds cuter. Cuter? Better. Gate. And I remember what it looked like. It was this. There we go. Close enough. Luian! I'm dumb. I could use Luian. Okay, listen, hear me out. Luian is another pictographic symbol. Pictographic script, specifically. And it was actually, associated with the Hittites. And it looks like this. It's also pictographic. I can use this as well. I can study it. God, I'm dumb. I forgot that existed. Now, their symbols are a lot crazier looking than, like, Egyptian and stuff, because Egyptian can be confusing sometimes, too. Luwian is extremely confusing. You don't know what half these symbols mean, but, you know, they're cool. It's fine. Can't believe I forgot they existed. Who am I? I could also look at Hittite. Because I believe Hittite shared the same symbols. Ooh, I like that. I should probably have a symbol for house as well. Because a lot of writing systems did that. They had a symbol for home or house. And while they all stem pretty much. Ow, that was a big yawn. Well, they all stem pretty much from the way the ancient Egyptians wrote down house, which was kind of like this. Because, like, this is the building and then this is the door that's open. That doesn't mean it wasn't a universal thing. Everyone needs houses. So we'll do that. I'm also just gonna look at the Luwians. I won't be able to use a whole lot of their symbols because a lot of their stuff is connected to, cattle. Like, they have a lot of oxes, horse symbolism, and once again, those are all, upper world creatures that my dwarves wouldn't have a big tie to. Oh! Oh, they might have ties to beetles. Hear me out. Beetles are burrowers? At least, maybe we have beetles that are burrowers here. So let's have a beetle. I want it to be named Ka. Beetle. I don't want to go full-blown Egyptian, but it's hard not to draw a beetle that doesn't look Egyptian. Maybe their beetles have horns? Like that? I think that'd be cute. Cute little boy. Then they'll give him, like, legs. There you go. A beetle. Ka. Let's add a couple more, and then I'll call it. Which I know I was thinking of something that I wanted to add, but I don't remember anymore. I think it was tunnels. But it will be different from arches and ceilings. It'll be more like an arch, kind of, and it'll be different from gates. Let's have it be no. Tunnel, no. And I want it to do this, like, fun little arch. And it's different than a gate because I want it to have, like, a circle inside. Like this. While the gate has this little thing on top and it's square. So the tunnel is a little different on that. There we go. Tunnel. Or no. Alright, we're just gonna put in a couple more weird symbols just because I feel like it. I don't even know what they mean. We'll just draw them out and let people draw their own conclusions. Like something like that, maybe. I'm gonna do this. Okay, I'll put it here. I don't know what that symbol means. It's just a random little doodle. It's just hanging out. Boop. That's for scholars to fight over. Not me. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, I want to do that as well. Here, we're just gonna draw this. Just a nice little symbol. A cute little, like... It's not necessarily a flower, but it looks like one. I'm also gonna just move up here. I'm just drawing symbols, don't mind me. Some sort of wheel-looking thing. Why not? Do you have a symbol for home? I do not. I forgot about that. Let's see, what would the home sound like? Something big. Ho. O. No. Ngo. Nga. Nga. Ngo. O. Vo. I like vo. Or zo. Zo sounds dumb, never mind. Jo. Zo. So. Let's say go. Or do. Do! I like do. Maybe do. Do means home. And now their houses are shaped differently than ours, so I'm gonna have to not do it how the Egyptians did it, because the Egyptians had a very specific way of building their homes. So it's not just gonna be like a door in a house. I'll probably have like a courtyard, maybe? Like something like this. Maybe this is the symbol for a home? Almost like a cross symbol? I think that could work as a house, a home. Because, like I said, they don't have the same symbols as we do. Maybe a little circle in the middle to represent, usually they have a water source in the middle of their home. So maybe they have like a little fountain circle in the middle. There we go. Home. Or a house. And the three sections represent the three, harems, or the harems, of the genders that separate out. Males on one side, females on the other, and then you males in the biggest part. Yeah, something like that. I think that looks good. But thank you, Pyrian. Hey, I got a bingo. Sorry, I had to be a dork about it. No, I'm not gonna buy this book. Get out of here. It's trying to get me to buy something on this website where I'm looking at Luwian symbols. Anatolian. Anatolian's also a good thing to look at. Luwian, Anatolian, and Hittite, I believe, are all the same thing. They all share, like, a similar writing system. Much like, you know, how I've explained everything else. I have belts. Oh, I could do shirt or tunic or drape or something like that. Is there a symbol for market or shop? There is not. Would they need one? Or would they use more than one word? I think the concept of a shop is a bit complex, so they would use more than one symbol. I think a shop or a marketplace would literally be like something place. Like silver trade. Trade. That would be a pretty good word. Trade. Have two hands cupping each other? Or a hand holding something out? Like something like this? Have a hand sticking out where it's open, and then have something inside. Like that. I don't know if they would hold silver. I think it would be more generic than that, because usually the trade symbol might have the word for silver in it. That and trading doesn't necessarily have to be monetarily. You could trade your son for another son because you're having a marriage. Something like that. As fucked as that sounds. That's how it worked. So, something like that? Nut, nut. Now what? Now what would be right? Maybe pillars. I do like the idea of pillars. Oh, wait, let me write this down. It's trade. Alternatively, it could mean give. So, like, it could be the symbol of, like, silver trade place. Which, I technically have a word for upper and lower, but I don't have a word for place. Maybe we have a marker? Why are those eyes so menacing? I don't know. I'm gonna use goal as place. And I'm probably gonna do this. Have like a marker that looks like a little arrow pointing at a specific location. Like so. Boop. They're like right here. This is where you're going. I think that works. You're right. The three eyes are fine. I don't understand. I think I want za for tongue. That sounds gross, but listen. I think they'll do this for tongue. Yeah, that works. Throne. Throne's a good word, too. You know what? I don't have any fez or faz. Throne. Fa. And, of course, I'm just gonna draw, like, a chair. It's like the side of a chair like this. That looks Egyptian to me. That looks kind of better. Maybe they have a symbol here to show that someone's sitting there, like a little circle. Like, yeah, someone's there. Oh, stretches. Oh god. I forgot the word with was the word for was the Latin word for cum. I saw the word cum and I was like, oh no. I'm so dumb. Alright, I'm gonna write a couple more nonsensical symbols that we would go, hey, what is that? Oh, that looks really nice. Maybe something like this? It's like some weird little wonky symbol, and it's like, I don't know what that is. It's just there. Maybe something like this as well? It's like, I don't know. Could be something. What is it, though, exactly? Theories are out. Let's add one more. And I'll bring it down here. There we go. Alright, I have a good handful of symbols. And we can work on more of them at a later date, but probably not, you know, on stream. If I do work on it, I will be working on it separate from stream, just because you guys know my process by now, and then I can show you the completed product later. However, with that, we can actually move on for other parts of the language later. Oh, I don't need this. I can close that out. But for now, we can call it. So let's keep this hovered. There we go. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out today and watching me go mad with this. And also helping. Giving your feedback and insight helped me understand better how these symbols could go down. What they would need, what they wouldn't need. It all helps. Yeah, we're gonna raid out now. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. It was really nice. Ugh. Ugh, stretches. Let's see, who are we gonna drop in on? Ow, it felt like something just bit me. That sucks. Yeah, it was fun. I had a lot of fun just jamming out and crying over these symbols. 49.1. You almost doing it. Alright, let's find now should we keep the art field going? Actually, no one's doing art. Oh no. Oh no, I have literally no one on my list that's doing art right now. Oh! Someone is having a birthday stream. Let's go say hi, and let's go, give them a little drop. Let's go drop in on them. So, this is someone that I have never raided before. I met them on a Discord server. I found their channel, and I love that we always get a Wee-Wan tower. Yeah, the Wee-Wans! Look at them, growing on me. But, yeah, I haven't raided this person yet, but they seem cool. They were someone that I found on, like I said, a Discord server for other streamers. And they usually stream at around the time I get done. So, there you go. There's your raid message. If you have my emotes, you can let them know that it is tea time and we're going to be dropping in on them. If you do not have my emotes, that's fine. Just copy that and let them know a bat rave is happening. Wow! Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be doing more art tomorrow or if I just want to chill and play some games. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. But thank you guys so much for hanging out today. we're gonna be hopping out of here. Gonna enjoy the rest of my music because this music is dope. Oh, I make sure I save this. I was playing a dangerous game there for a bit. But see you guys later. Bye. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Oh, and stay hydrated and stay cool, please. Ha. Alright, bye.